broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we're back live on the Papa and Lund Show this morning. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund, getting you ready for some Giants baseball tonight, taking on the Colorado Rockies. And I should remind you that Andrew Baggerly, Bags Alert, will be on tomorrow morning with Murph and Mag 9:15 to recap the game. But right now, it's time to talk to a man that joins Murph and Mac at 7:35 on Thursdays, but joins the Papa and Lund shows at 11:35 on Tuesdays. The lefty Sean Estes on this morning with Marcus Boucher and Greg Papa. Sean, how's it going, man? How you doing today?
What's up, guys? I'm doing all right. Just got into town, flew into Oakland, and about ready to hop in an Uber and go and head into the city.
That's right, because
for the series.
Nice, man. You're doing pre and post tonight, and I do want to give a shout out to our guys Murph and Mac, who did a great segment this morning on their most hated ballparks for their teams to play in. Now, Sean, as a man that pitched for both the Giants and the Rockies, where does Coors Field list on your rankings of worst ballparks to pitch at?
You're pitching? Oh, man, you'd think it would be number one, but then I chose to play there one year, so I don't know if I can really say that, right?
Yeah.
Or that's a pretty stupid move on my part. I think that probably, this is going to surprise you, but Coors Field probably ranks in the top five. I mean, just because it's a tough place to pitch, period. The games are a lot longer. I mean, just from a pitcher standpoint, I think that goes without saying. Although it's a great city, it's a beautiful ballpark. It's a great ballpark to go to when you're not pitching. Obviously, if you're a hitter, it probably jumps up into your number one ballpark to play in. But there's a lot of really good things about Denver and Coors Field. As far as just a straight pitching standpoint, no, it's probably in number five, top five. But I'd say Wrigley Field. And that was another place I chose to play in Chicago. It didn't go well at all there, but I should look at it from just as a visiting pitcher as well. It just never really, from just standing on the mound, I never felt comfortable pitching in Wrigley Field. I don't know what it was. I just, the way that the plate set up, I always felt like the plate kind of set up to my right, and I had a tough time visually throwing the ball in on right-handed batters. It just was the configurations of the ballpark just kind of messed with my eye. And then you're dealing with elements, you're dealing with wind, you're dealing with the ivy. It actually turns in at times a really difficult place to pitch, and probably more of a personal thing than anything. But just Coors Field, like I said, goes without saying, the most difficult place to pitch as far as getting positive results. And your stuff doesn't act the same way, and your body never feels 100%. So I can see why. I'm surprised Murph and Mac voted at number one, because usually you get to see the Giants have won a lot against the Rockies and in Coors Field as of late. Yeah. So, and it's a great place to watch runs scored.
Yeah.
They've had some heartbreaks there in the Ryan Spielberg's Grand Slam, and I remember a lot of wacky games in that yard. But so you pitched at Wrigley.
No bigger heartbreak pop than Neffy Perez's home run.
Neffy Perez, I was going there as well, without a doubt. You pitched at Wrigley, your home park, in 03, came back in 04 at 20th and Blake. I mean, you won 15 games that year, but the ERA was 5.84. You led the league in earned runs allowed. And I just want to ask you, because obviously when, the ball is barreled, it flies. You got, the low oxygen, the thin air, a mile above sea level. But you were a guy who had one of the best curveballs in all of baseball, whether it's a curve or a slider. What's your mentality going into Coors Field? Can you get the ball to snap and break as much on the breaking stuff at elevation, Sean?
You can. You just have to lower your sights. I learned as a visiting player, how not to pitch there, right? So when I decided to pitch there as a choice, I knew what I was getting into. I knew when I could be effective. I knew what it took to to get guys out in that ballpark. And I looked at it as, this is my home field. This is my advantage. So I know I'm going to give up runs, but I know the opposing pitcher is just trying to survive out there. And they're already mentally beat before they even take the mound. So with that being said, it allowed me to relax. And I think that's the biggest part about throwing breaking balls is you can't try to overthrow a breaking ball. You can't try to throw your nastiest breaking ball. You have to stay really relaxed with the arm, kind of like you would with your fastball when you're just trying to hit a spot with it. With your breaking ball, you have to be able to finish it out front. And if there's any type of gripping the ball too tight or trying to snap off a nasty one, trying to make it better than it normally is, it's going to hang there because any pitch, any breaking ball that stays, I'd say, belt high and above is going to stay there and hang. You're not going to get any type of spin to be able to break down in the top part of the zone. It's going to become a hanger, and it's a lot of times they're going to deposit it in the bleachers. With that being said, if you focus on the sights, you stay relaxed, you focus on your sight being below the strike zone, and you finish your breaking ball, anything below the waist and down, you get really, really good action on. Pretty normal action, I'd say, like you would at sea level. So I think the misconception is, oh, my breaking ball doesn't break like it normally does. Well, it does if you throw it the right way. If you get extension, you get finish, and you stay relaxed with your upper body and your arm when you throw that pitch. It's just the ones that you throw above the strike zone that don't get any of that late movement at the top of the zone where you see a lot of those breaking balls land at the top part of the strike zone and you get called strikes. You don't get that at Coors Field. And hitters are in tune, especially the hitters that play there. If you see that breaking ball up in the zone, you know it's not going to be a good breaking ball, and that's the one that you unload on. And that's where a lot of the damage happens is off speed up in the zone. And a changeup, you could throw a changeup into that same category as well. A hanging changeup, you don't get the same type of action down as you do when you finish that pitch below the belt and below.
And, of course, the voice you're hearing right now is Sean Estes on the UMA guest line. You can check him out tonight on pre- and post-game coverage for the San Francisco Giants. And, Sean, I did want to ask you about the plans for the rotation in this road trip in Colorado. Tonight, John Brebbia is scheduled as the opener. Logan Webb is scheduled for tomorrow. And then on Thursday, Giants haven't listed anybody yet. Now, when you look at guys like Alex Wood and also Ross Stripling being on the IL, what do you think the plan is moving forward for this week in Colorado?
Well, they're going Brebbia, Webb, and I'm assuming probably Cobb. We'll pitch the last game in Coors Field, which you get two of your best starters or two best starters going there. I mean, that's a good sign. They've had a lot of success with Brebbia in the opener role. They've won some games with him with piecing it together. I think where you really kind of hold your breath is that you're going to use a lot of your bullpen in game one. You coming off the off day, which helps. You have some guys that are fresh. You have guys down in the bullpen that can cover, bulk innings, Tristan Beck, Sean Manaea. So you're not really as concerned unless it's one of those games where your bulk inning guy comes in and can't get anybody out. Now you're hamstrung a little bit going into games 2 and 3, maybe with a little bit more of a depleted bullpen. Where you can actually, feel a little bit of relief on that is that you have Logan Webb going. Although, Coors Field, no matter how well you're pitching, no matter how much success you've had there, you still, more than any other ballpark, run the risk of having a short start by a starter. A potential 3 or 4 inning start just based on, pitch count going up, giving up runs. So, like I said, you hold your breath, but they're set up well in this 3-game series, just based on the rest that the bullpen's had, and then, having the day off yesterday and knowing that you have Webb and Cobb going in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, right now, they could easily bring Cobb back on regular rest with a day off yesterday. He pitched so well on Saturday. But we'll see. And I think a lot of that will be they also got to face the Cubs when you come back home. DeStefani did not pitch well Sunday, couldn't come back on regular rest. But my question is just about Casey Schmidt and where he is. And we don't want to overreact, but we've overreacted when he got hot. And now that he's gone to a little bit of a funk, I mean, after Memorial Day when he and Patrick Bailey, Sean, had the big games, they've gone into a funk and the team has lost a little bit, 4-5. Now you're getting some of your hitters back. Tyro should be back tonight. Jack Peterson, hopefully Conforto's a full go, and Mike Yastrzemski. But what we talked about when he came up was controlling the strike zone, striking out more in the minor leagues than walking, and it's becoming more glaring. I mean, you were there in Milwaukee when he drew his first walk, and it was 4 straight pitches. He spit on a couple, but he's in a funk, and 1 walk versus 20 strikeouts on the year, and I wonder why you ever throw him a strike, and you should just bounce one in the left-handed batter's box when Casey's in the box. So what do you see from him right now as the league is starting to catch up with him, as he's been up in the big leagues now for almost a full month?
Well, I see that they're getting a book on him, and I know that there's a lot of video and scouting reports that come into it when a guy gets called up to the big leagues, but until you see it at the big league level, you really don't know. It's a feeling out process, and now he's got enough at bats under his belt. There's enough video to see where his weaknesses are, that now the book's out. I mean, and the book's going to continue to be made from Casey Schmidt. And that's where guys that play a long time in the big leagues, they have a long book, because maybe the way you used to get them out when they got called up to the big leagues, the way you got them out 3 months into their, major league career, and then the way you get them out 5 years later can all change just based on the adjustments that hitter makes. Right now, the book is that don't throw him anything middle in for a strike, especially on the first pitch. He's got one of the highest first strike swing percentages in the big leagues. He does damage on pitches that are middle in to inside. He's got a quick bat in there. So that really just says to me, if I'm pitching against Casey Schmidt, I want to throw a quality pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike one. Maybe it doesn't have to be a strike, but you tempt him there with the outside part of the plate, see what happens after the first pitch, and then you kind of move off of that. You can go above the strike zone with hard stuff, but you got to get it up there, because he has the ability to hit that high fastball and drive it, can stay on top of that pitch. So for me, he's a good fastball hitter. So he's got to prove to me that he can hit off speed, and he's got to prove to me that he can hit off speed when it's, a quality off speed pitch middle away. And then he's got to also prove to me that he's not going to chase the off speed pitch out of the strike zone. So, right now it's okay. This is how we need to get Casey Schmidt out. This is what his tendencies are. If we execute, we're going to get him out, period. That's the mentality of the opposing pitcher. So now it's a matter of him. And all it really comes down to is this, is that if you take a couple pitches that are off the plate, you show the opposing pitcher that you got the ability to see a pitch, see spin, and spit on it, then they got to come to you, right? If you get a couple 1-0, 2-0 counts, that makes you a lot better hitter, especially to Casey Schmidt, because he does damage on pitches in the zone. So if you have to come to him with a strike, he's probably going to hit it hard somewhere. Now, where we're starting to see right now with Casey is that he's getting a little bit caught in between. So he's been talked to so much about, okay, let's be more patient on the first pitch. Let's swing at strikes. Okay, so all of a sudden now he takes a first pitch that he knows that he could have probably done some damage with, and now he's 0-1. And he's kicking himself, because he's like, wait a second, I was aggressive on that pitch when I got to the big leagues, and it paid dividends. Now I'm like being too selective, and I'm being too patient. So you get caught in between. That's more of a mental thing, where to me, it's just have the same approach. You can still be aggressive. But it's a matter of recognizing pitches, right, out of the pitcher's hand a lot sooner. If you see spin and it's down, it's probably going to be a ball. I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but you don't want it for Casey Schmidt to get too far away of what makes him successful, and that's being an aggressive hitter but doing damage with pitches in the zone. So as long as he can start to get more of a zone awareness of what's a strike and what's not, that's when he's going to really take off. Right now, he's just trying to feel it out, right? He's trying to see. He's facing most of these pitchers for the first time, and so he's got to see the pitch shapes. He's got to understand, what their pitches are going to do, and he's also got to understand what pitchers are trying to do to get him out. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think that book's going to be a long book for him, because I think he'll be in the big leagues for a long time. He's a kid that, he's going to make adjustments. He's going to walk more. As he evolves. He's not a guy that came to the big leagues with the ability to take a walk. I mean, that wasn't his MO. He's a guy that's going to strike out a lot. That's what you saw in the minor leagues. And he's a guy that's not going to walk a whole lot, but he's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to be clutch in situations where you need a big hit. He can deliver that hit. And I'll tell you what, as a starting pitcher, it's tough to face a guy that is going to swing the bat, because you can't make a mistake in the zone, right? So you have to be fine first pitch. You have to dot a corner on the first pitch, or you have to throw a nasty breaking ball first pitch, or that he can do some damage with it. So it also does put the pressure on the pitcher as well. So it's just minor adjustments that he's going to have to make. And I think he'll do it. I really do. I see that this kid he takes it hard too. And I like to see that he wears his emotions on his sleeve and he gets frustrated. And that makes me feel like that he's going to go and work hard at his craft to get better. And he's going to make the adjustments necessary to stay in the big leagues for a long time.
Yeah, and hey, Coors Field is a great place to get hot tonight again for guys like Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey and this entire Giants team getting back to health tonight. Sean, great stuff as always. Appreciate you coming on today with me and Greg Papa.
Yeah, all right, guys. Have a good week.
Thank you, brother. Talk next week.
Perfect. There he is, Sean Estes. Again, he'll be on pre and post tonight for the Giants. That game starts at 5:40, but coming up in about 5 minutes, Greg, we have Kyle Shanahan live from Santa Clara. We'll take that press conference and talk some 49er football. On the other side, it's Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, no,
Here we go.
steps in, didn't he?
49ers pick.
With the 99th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody.
No!
Kicker,
Let me
Michigan.
tell you something.
Kickers are people too, Rich Eisen, John Lund,
Yes.
Dante Whitner.
Yes, they are. Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show today. Greg Papa, Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. And Papa, I knew it was time to talk some 49er football when I looked over at the live stream, which you can all watch at KNBR.com, on YouTube, on Twitch, and saw Greg Papa in his Kyle Shanahan hat.
The Shanahan.
That's because
The
Kyle
Shanahan.
Shanahan is scheduled to speak live from Levi Stadium from 49ers mandatory minicamp in just a few minutes, Papa.
Can I pull off the flat brim, Marcus? I don't think I pulled that off.
No,
as
it's
well.
all right. It looks good on you, Papa.
Kyle does wear it on game days. Actually, when he runs practices, he has the hat backwards. So we'll hear from the guy in the Shanahan hat. So we heard the selection of Jake Moody, and John Lund is off this week, and our thoughts are with John this week. He'll be back next week. But we are going to have, and we've been trying to get him on since he was drafted number 99 overall, Jake Money Moody is going to join us tomorrow.
Oh.
At 12:15.
Nice.
We may have to get John on the phone.
Oh, yeah, we have to call him in for that. Exactly.
Because that was the philosophical debate on draft day. How hard do you take a kicker? Where they took Money Moody. But I saw him last week at the OTAs. Very impressive. And what's going on right now is that Jake and the rookies are mixing with the veterans. So this is all mandatory, full squad. We're here, and everybody's present and accounted for, even Nick Bosa. I think everybody else is here. We'll hear from Kyle right off the practice field. So, and this was supposed to be last week. So I think one of the first questions to Kyle, Marcus, may be why the change in the schedule was going to be next week, June 13, 14, and 15. Then Kyle moved it up 1 week. Next week will be just the rookies. But when you move a schedule up, and I think he notified the veteran a couple of weeks before, you just got to make sure they're all here, because if they don't show up for these, and Nick's got a big payday coming with his contract in the offseason, obviously, you are subject to fine. But we're hearing they're all there. We'll hear from Kyle. They just got on the field at about 10:40. They're wrapping it up right now, and we'll hear not from me in the Shanahan, but the actual guy that wears the Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, in moments.
Yeah, and Kyle's going to break down OTAs, everything that's going on with the quarterback situation, the Nick Bosa situation. But, Papa, one of the storylines that stood out to me about OTAs last week was Christian McCaffrey being out there already, going 100% and kind of leading by example for the rest of the guys.
Well, today these are not organized team activities, and they changed the whole thing when Gene Upshaw was the executive director of the Players Association. The OTAs are organized team activities. They're voluntary. You don't have to be there. What's happening today and tomorrow, and when they checked in yesterday, and tomorrow, Thursday, they're going to have a barbecue, then they leave. This is mandatory. You have to show up for these. So Christian McCaffrey doesn't have to show up for anything.
No.
But his work ethic, they already call him the baby Bosa around there. And you could see it, when you have a second-generation athlete. Christian's dad was a good player at Stanford and the Giants and the 49ers, and obviously with Mike Shanahan, a two-time Super Bowl champion with the Broncos. And then obviously we've had John Bosa on the air many times, his dad, his brother, his uncle, Kumaro. Bosa's got the same thing. Yeah. They've got the great natural ability passed on through the lineage, but a lot of guys have great ability. It's how hard you work. Yeah. As I said, when we were talking about, who's better, Khalil Mack or Nick Bosa, and Khalil's a hard worker, but nobody works like Nick Bosa. Honestly, Nick Bosa works harder the 45 minutes before practice even starts than many NFL players work in games.
Wow.
And likewise with McCaffrey. He is maniacal. Last year, he was always in his playbook, and he's not the kind of guy that has the iPad playbook. He has that as well. But each individual play he's involved in, they actually print it out for him, and they put him in a little three-ring binder. And I remember his first game, he just had a stack of them. Like, you involved in all those plays?
Yeah.
And that was the game against the Rams when he caught one, he threw one, and he ran one for the hat trick. He went LT on you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, these guys just, McCaffrey's work ethic, when the best player on your team is also your hardest working player, I mean, it sets the tone. And Kittle works hard. Mm-hmm. Trent Williams works hard. Fred Warner works hard. They all work hard. But when you've got Nick Bosa and Christian McCaffrey working harder than anybody else on the team, if you're a young guy, Jair Brown, he just got drafted, and you're here, wow, look at Nick Bosa. Look at Quadzilla, the quad father. You're thinking, I better work my ass off.
How do I get quads like that? Yeah, exactly.
Right. I mean, you got to work. It sets a tone for the whole team.
And that's what I wanted to follow up on that, because I've heard you say that a couple times this morning. What are some of those things that Nick Bosa does before practice? Is it him on the sled, him on the weight room?
High knees. High knees.
Yeah.
He comes out full gear, pads on, high knees.
Nice.
And he just gets out there. And, you know, when John Embry was the tight end coach here and Brian Fleury's take it up, you know, the tight ends are supposed to get out a half hour before practice starts to get on the sled. Mm-hmm. And you could see it with Kittle and taking, you know, Ross Dwelly under his wing or Charlie Warner. There's no such, you know, when Kasarik gets going with a D-line group, they're just maniacal. And he's spitting all over everybody, and it's just insane. So you're going to work your ass off when he gets you going. But Bosa comes out, and he's doing the high knees. He's just getting his body, open up his hips. He's just getting his body prepped to practice. And then when it's time to go, he goes. Now, with a guy like Bosa, though, you got to say to him, you're taking the day off today.
Yeah.
Today's a veteran day. You don't need to work as hard. But, you know, he had the ACL. He had a year where he had to get his body back. Last year he came. I'm going to see what kind of shape he's in this year, and Kyle will probably talk to it. So it's just the high knees. It's everything. And then, you know, he's working on one field. McCaffrey's doing the same thing. Mm-hmm. He's just running sprints, getting his body ready to get out and fire. Because these guys, I say, honestly, Nick Bosa works harder the 30 to 45 minutes before practice than I see actual NFL players work in the game. That's how hard he works to get ready to simply practice.
And that's what I love about a lot of these guys on this 49er roster is how much work and effort they want to put in, and even for the stuff that doesn't get noticed. Like, you look at a guy like Nick Bosa, everybody's going to look at the sack numbers, but he's phenomenal against the run. You look at George Kittle, had a career high in touchdowns last year, correct, with Brock Purdy, but it's what he does in the run game. It's him getting on the shed and pushing it around and stuff like that. That's what I think makes the 49ers such a complete roster.
They love football. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's no doubt. And you got to fall in line. And, you know, Drake Jackson, he wasn't hanging around. You know, he was in the car right after practice was over. Now he's living there and he's stacking days, and he got bigger. Sometimes the young guys are a little overwhelmed by how hard I have to work. I didn't have to work that hard before. Well, you know, everybody here is great in this league. I mean, it's not like that. Even the undrafted guys. And, you know, it doesn't matter what round. They don't care what round you were picked. Yeah. I mean, look at Brock Purdy, number 262. Mm-hmm. In his room is a pair of threes. Sam Darnold was the third overall pick in his draft class, and obviously Trey. So another thing, we haven't heard from Kyle in a while since OTA started, and I was told he was going to be on time, but you know, they have a schedule they're looking to get as far as coming off the practice field. So hopefully he'll get to us any minute here. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure, you know, the question's going to be right away about how the quarterback room is you know, and I think Brock's starting to throw a little bit. Kyle did not speak to the media last week exactly what is Brock doing as far as throwing. Where's Trey Lance? We haven't heard Kyle talk since Trey, you know, openly talked about his mechanics being reworked with Jeff Christensen. Mm-hmm. The wider base. Kyle wants the base. Kyle did talk a little about that at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, but in front of the media where you get follow-up questions, you want to hear more, and then obviously more about Sam Darnold. So Bosa being here, Trent Williams being here, everybody else, Javon Hargrave. Mm-hmm. This is the first time the 49ers can unleash the new version of the Gold Rush, where you put number 97 next to number 98 and then mix in a 91 with Eric Armstead. But when you put, and you see Hargrave likes to line up at right defensive tackle over the other team's left guard. And Nick kind of picks where he goes. Mm-hmm. But when Nick goes to right end over your left tackle, and you've got 97 and 98 on the same side, and you want a loop or a wrapper or a stunt, have them work together, hell, we're just going to bull rush your ass and go wide 9 on you and come out. I mean, can you double team both of those guys? Do they put 2 over 1 on each guy when they're right next to each other? And that means Eric Armstead gets single teamed? Mm-hmm. Or what if you blitz Fred or Dre behind it? So much you want to see. Quarterback play, obviously, with Kyle. But with Bosa back in town today, Marcus, I want to see the video of 97 lining up next to 98.
Yeah, because I feel like that's been a big question for the 49ers offseason is who's going to be that bookend on the other side of Nick Bosa, whether it's a guy like Cleve Farrell who they bring in or Drake Jackson who could make that second-year leap. But I think a lot of people are overlooking the addition of Javon Hargrave right there in the middle.
Not me.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy, I just did. We did the state of the franchise last week, and Chad York was on the panel with John Lynch and Kyle, and we'll drop that coming up in a little bit here. But it is what it is as far as paying him. But they went to him and said, the John and Kyle just said there's a difference maker that we could add here, and it obviously is somebody like Javon Hargrave, who was just a game wrecker at 3 technique. A couple of years ago, they had to make a hard call on DeForest Buckner and wound up trading him. And you had D Ford at the time was still here, but his body was breaking down a little bit. So obviously, getting Javon Hargrave on that defensive line, and he was part of a tremendous defensive line in Philadelphia. He had double-digit sacks. They had 4 guys with 10 or more on their D-line, which has never happened before in the NFL. It's the best pass rushing group going back to the 84-85 Chicago Bears. And Philadelphia has some good players, but they don't have a Nick Bosa on their team.
No.
You put Javon Hargrave in between Nick and Eric Armstead on the other side. I mean, all 3 guys could wind up with double-digit sacks this year, and Nick may be able to push to get up to 20 and beyond.
And how would you compare the game and the style of play of Hargrave versus a guy like DeForest Buckner?
Totally different bodies. I mean, Defoe, like Armstead, Oregon, basketball players, the tall furs, just big. And DeForest Buckner's a great player. But there's a lot of times, like you saw them double-team Javon Kinlaw in the NFC Championship game, where they would double-team DeForest Buckner and then run right behind him because he's just big. So, low man wins in football. They're not going to do that with Javon Hargrave. He's just low. He's low. He's lower to the ground. He's still big, but he's not 6'7", 6'8". He's 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", whatever he is, with a huge lower body. His trunk, his legs. I mean, he's just built. I mean, he could be a nose tackle, a one. He's an upfield penetrator in this defense, but you put him next to Eric Armstead, Marcus, because of the difference in the body types. I mean, if you're a guard and they break the huddle and you're lining up at right guard and a center because you got a double team sometime, you're like, it's a completely different block if you're blocking Javon Hargrave versus you're blocking Eric Armstead. Eric is, 6'7", 285, more angular, quickness there, and then Hargrave is just a monster, built lower to the ground that goes about 330. So you're getting the full gamut of skill set on the D line in the NFL. Dealing with 98 on one snap and then 91 on the other snap.
Yeah, definitely a big addition this offseason. Signed him on the first day of free agency, Javon Hargrave. But I wanted to ask about Javon Kinlaw after the 49ers did not pick up his 5th-year option. What do you think this means for his future going forward, and how big this season is for him?
Well, it's a big year, but it's a big year for him personally, and Drake Jackson as well. But it's their career. If they don't step up, and they can do a lot of different things here. You can right now. Javon Kinlaw is not in your starting group, you would think. But then what if you wanted to go big and move Armstead out to end and play Javon Kinlaw next to Javon Hargrave and go monster in there?
Yeah.
So we'll see where it is for Kinlaw. I guess we're not getting the feed from Kyle here because Kyle has already started. And he has said that Brock Purdy is throwing 3 times a week right now and is right on pace. So we know last week he threw Memorial Day Monday. I think he took Tuesday off, came back and threw Wednesday, took Thursday off, came back and threw Friday. So he's on that schedule right now every other day. So all systems sound like let's go for Brock Purdy, Marcus. He is throwing, according to Kyle Shanahan, 3 times per week.
And do we know if he's throwing at OTAs or minicamp with the 49ers?
No,
or something he's doing on the side?
No, it's on the side.
Okay.
He's on the gym. He's not with the team. I don't. When they say he's throwing 2-3 times per week, he's not ripping it like Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen and Trey Lance are right now. It's a process to get up. But the fact that he's, the thing you worry about, as a baseball player, you could have soreness one day, come back and I can't throw tomorrow. as long as he's not having the soreness or working his way through that and they're able to progress that. But if he is throwing 3 days a week, then you step it up. He's also said, Kyle, Trey Lance should see the lion's share of first-team quarterback reps tomorrow at the 49ers' second vet minicamp practice. They're alternating quarterback play. When I was there last week for week 2 of phase 3, Sam was jumping in with the ones more, but the week before it was Trey Lance. So right now you just want to divvy it up. You want the best man to win. You want them to have an equal opportunity with the first-team line, the first-team wide receivers, and all the backs, and then when you actually get into preseason games as well. But it sounds like Brock Purdy's progressing well, throwing 3 times a week, and we have a legit competition for QB2 between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold.
Mm-hmm. And Greg, this is a topic I kind of want to continue on the other side, talking about Brock Purdy's throwing program. I've gone through the Tommy John throwing program, so I'm interested to see how similar it is and how many days he is throwing, whether the off and on schedule works. And I do want to get into the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold discussion and talk a little arm talent with you also. We'll talk more 49er football on the other side, try to get you guys some of that Kyle Shanahan sound. You're listening to the Papa and Lund Show. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Trending now on KNBR.com.
Farhan Zaidi said in an interview earlier this week with Jim Bowden that the Giants will be aggressive at this year's trade deadline. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Sets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Oh, look at that. A little bit of afternoon delight on the Papa and Lund Show. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa this morning, and we've been talking some 49er football after Kyle Shanahan has just gone live down in Santa Clara at 49ers mandatory minicamp. One of the big quotes that we just talked about in the last segment, Papa, was an update on Brock Purdy, who Kyle Shanahan said is right on pace on his recovery and is now throwing 3 times per week, recovering from that UCL internal brace surgery. Papa, this is great news for everybody paying attention to the 49er quarterback quote-unquote competition that we're looking at this offseason.
Without a doubt, he had the surgery on March the 10th. The 12-week marker was June the 2nd, and actually that was last Friday. Marcus, he's ahead of that. He started throwing on Memorial Day, which is May 29th, and that time frame is 10 to 12 weeks. So he was, by about 11 weeks, closer to a little after 11. Anyway, he threw Monday, Wednesday, Friday last week. Not with the team, it's different. And then now that the organized team activities have given way to the actual veteran mandatory minicamp, he's throwing again. So it's good. He's not having any soreness as he recovers from the internal brace. A procedure the 49ers are familiar with because Nick Mullins had that done a couple of years ago. And we are going to get Nick on the show, by the way, to talk about how he recovered from that. So a little technical difficulty getting the Kyle Shanahan audio. The Niners are going to send that to us directly, and we'll replay it all. So the good news, obviously, is that Trey Lance is progressing 3 times per week and right on pace is the quote in his recovery. And then Trey Lance should see the lion's share of first-team QB reps tomorrow at the 49ers' second vet minicamp practice. So they went today, same schedule tomorrow. We are going to talk to Jake Moody, the kicker, the rookie from Michigan, at 12:15, and then they're going to alternate days with the quarterback. So, and Brandon Allen's also mixing in there, but he's going to get the third-team reps behind Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. So it's always quarterback talk and good news right now.
Always. And I did want to bring up one other quarterback. You bring up Brandon Allen right there. Of course, everybody's watching Sam Darnold and Trey Lance and who's taking reps with the first team. I wanted to ask you about this guy, Clayton Thorson, who the 49ers bring into rookie OTAs.
Northwestern Wildcat. Yeah,
and he's another guy like Nick Mullins who has had the internal brace surgery. Now, I know all teams are always looking for quarterbacks in depth for guys on the practice squad, but do you think this was specifically done so that the 49ers could see how someone recovers from this type of internal brace surgery? Or maybe an extra resource for Brock Purdy to recover?
They also looked at a guy who played in San Antonio with the XFL. They're always looking for bodies.
Yeah.
And right now, I mean, is Brock going to be an available body in training camp? You may have to bring in a fourth quarterback. He was just there to take a look-see. But I did see Clayton Thorson. He played at Northwestern. Okay. I actually called the Big 12 championship game that year, and he was the quarterback against Ohio State. There's only been 2 quarterbacks, and they just invented this internal brace procedure, augmentation it's called, as opposed to the full-blown take a tendon from a forearm, put it in your UCL in the right arm, right elbow. And the only 2 quarterbacks that have had that procedure are Clayton Thorson and Nick Mullins. So Nick is more of a guy you'd look at. And the 49ers, at the moment that Brock hurt the ulnar collateral ligament, just flying home, Dr. McAdams was talking about we could go with the brace procedure because Nick Mullins had that same procedure as a 49er quarterback. So, no, I think that was just a coincidence that Thorson had it. But maybe we'll get Clayton on the air at some point leading up to training camp because, he's had the surgery. And it's now, into the 13th week of having the surgery when he had it on March the 10th. So but we're going to get Nick Mullins on. Nick's back up in Minnesota, so we'll get him on the air. He's already agreed to it. But now it's just how do you do it to progress every day? And the good thing is that, he's not having setbacks. He's progressing, and hopefully he'll stay on that 3-day-a-week regimen. And then that's even vague. I mean, do you do more on Wednesday than you did Monday and do more on Friday than you did Wednesday and Monday? Hopefully you're progressing and you're doing a little more each day or whatever they want you to do. And then, coming back from it, if you feel anything at all, just shut it down. Yeah. Tell them you don't be a hero here. You're trying to make September the 10th in Pittsburgh. And if you can't make it for whatever reason and your body just won't allow you to do it, they got two good quarterbacks they can win with in Sam and Trey.
And I think that's what the biggest question mark is right now because, to your point, Nick Mullins and Clayton Thorson are the only other two quarterbacks that have this internal brace surgery. And coming from a guy that had Tommy John surgery, I knew the night of the NFC Championship game. When I heard Brock Purdy talk about the forearm swelling, the tightness, I was like, uh-oh, it sounds like Tommy John surgery. But the thing is, Greg, 10 years ago when I had Tommy John surgery, this internal brace wasn't even an option. Right. And I remember talking to Kenneth Okazuki, team doctor for the Giants, about this at Giants Fan Fest, and he said, it is more of a Patrick surgery, but I think that's why so many people are having the question marks about whether or not Brock Purdy will be on this timeline to be ready for week 1 or not.
He will. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole reason for the internal brace, and it's been invented, as you say, 5 or 6 years. Nick Wagner and Stefania Bell from ESPN did a huge piece on the history of it. We had Nick on, I think it was last week, and he got into it all. So, I mean, it's you're looking at maybe a 9 to 12 month recovery time, where with the internal brace augmentation, you're looking at 6 months. So right now he's 12 weeks into it. You go to training camp, we're 13 weeks now. You go to training camp in about 7 weeks, and we'll see where he's at. I don't know if he'll be cleared to be a full-blown regular participant jump in as QB1 for the first day of training camp. But Med Mayoko had the date of August 21st, and that's 3 weeks, just about 3 weeks before the opener in Pittsburgh. So that would be the timeline we're looking at.
Yeah, and that leads to the questions on whether or not maybe it will be Sam Darnold or Trey Lance taking those week 1 snaps if Brock Purdy is not healthy. That's a discussion we can get into later on today. But coming up next, we're going to talk to Mark Spears, talk a little NBA basketball, some NBA Finals, some Warriors. And I do want to remind you that you should be tuned in today, 3:50 this afternoon, to catch the great Bill Walton joining Tolbert and Copes this afternoon ahead of his 30 for 30 documentary that I believe is premiering tonight. That's going to be must-listen radio, but so is Mark Spears on the other side talking Warriors and NBA Finals. You're listening to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Is it actually raining in the Bay Area on June the 6th? Yes, it is raining today. And all we had was rain the entire winter with the bomb cyclone and the Pineapple Express, and a lot of us were indoors more often than usual, which may have led to the realization that our homes are rather dull. Greg Papa here helping you transition from bland to grand. Golden State Window and Door works with designers and architects to spark the imagination of their clients. Each location throughout the Bay Area offers displays of attractive doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also see a variety of accessories like hardware, handles, knobs, and locks that can add an additional element that represent your personality and style to your home. So Golden State Window and Doors qualified staff can help you express your taste as only you can imagine it. So I suggest you visit goldenstatelumber.com, click on products, then windows and doors, and take a virtual tour and let the inspiration begin. When you're ready to pick a date and a time with your designer and make an appointment on the Window and Doors webpage. For 3 generations, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
His work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
A huge three in the fourth quarter tonight, and it's like none of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
Welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Tuesday morning. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. Greg Papa with me, and the voice you just heard was Steve Kerr talking about the NBA Finals. Game 3 in Miami tomorrow night between the Heat and the Nuggets. But joining us right now on the UMA guest line is senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN, our good friend Mark Spears. Mark, good morning, good afternoon. How you doing today?
Good, man. It's interesting that you guys bring up that quote. Actually, was just at the Heat's practice, and I'm doing a story on Kyle Lowry, who, actually had started 677 straight games until the Heat said, hey, we want you to come off the bench. And so he did that. And I asked Spoelstra about that and also what Kerr had said. He said he didn't know what Kerr had said. He'd been so locked in. But he on that note, he said that is probably the most important thing when you're trying to build a team to contend for a championship. It's elusive. It's tough. But you try to be intentional about it. You try to get guys who really care about winning above anything, even if they have to sacrifice. Also understanding that as a requisite to sacrifice. We have a lot of guys who have played a much different role and excelled in different roles, but they have the emotional stability that when their roles have to change, that it's about the time. So very, very interesting because, you have several guys at the Heat who are used to having star roles like Kyle Lowry, who gave up his job to a Modesto kid and Gabe Vincent.
Mm-hmm. And Mark, it seems like we have been talking about that Miami Heat culture a lot in these NBA finals. But here in the Bay Area, we talk about that Warriors championship culture. But it was interesting to see Steve Kerr at the podium after being eliminated by the Lakers say that this is not a championship team. Then you had people reading into those comments that we played for you on the rejoin, thinking maybe that was Steve Kerr sending a message to some of the younger players on the Warriors roster.
Yeah, you certainly can speculate that, and there's certainly reason to think that when, seeing Jordan Poole after one of the games in L.A. and just kind of lamenting about not getting an opportunity, lamenting about his role, I'm sure that comes to mind. Kuminga, who, I understand his frustration. I'm still confused as to why he didn't play, but that being said, he was visibly upset about his role as well. But here in Miami, man, nobody says anything. They got this, almost like this military mentality, like next man up. What do you need me to do, coach? And if you would have told me that the Heat would have been in the finals, I'd have laughed at you a couple months ago. This is like stunning Disney movie type stuff here. And but yet their mentality has been amazing and is a big reason why they're still alive.
Yeah, I know you've been in Miami a lot this year, doing stories with Adonis Haslam. And their story's amazing. They got beat by Atlanta, looked like they were going to lose to Chicago, and they pulled it out and, beat Milwaukee, beat the Knicks, and then, beat the Celtics. And but you mentioned and everybody's got, what's reading into what Steve said. This is not a logic course, deductive reasoning. He wasn't making that point. He was making the point about when they won, and that's what Miami has. And you mentioned, Lowry coming off the bench, and it's Gabe Vincent from St. Mary's High School in Stockton that is now in the lineup. And he had a great game, obviously, in game number 2, and just balled out. But I was just listening to him at the media address earlier today, and just how bright he is and talking about them and the zones, and just a winning type player on both ends of the floor. I know you have a big story up about his ancestry. We know Aaron Gordon in the Midi High and the Oakland Soldiers tie, but Gabe Vincent is from Stockton, Mark.
Yeah. No, his dad is actually a Nigerian immigrant. He's a professor at Cal State Stanislaus. Both his parents have master's degrees, very, very successful. If I'm not mistaken, somebody told me that one of his older brothers, Gabe Vincent's older brothers, is actually in the aeronautical program at UC Davis or something like that.
He's a brainiac.
Yeah. This is a very, very interesting family, and had a chance to visit with his dad, after and before the last game, man. He couldn't be prouder. Said that he envisioned his son being a soccer player, but once he could tell he fell in love with the game of basketball, he was, all in. And who would have gathered that this guy from UC Santa Barbara who went undrafted and was playing in Stockton in the G League would end up being in the NBA Finals. He certainly is a story of resilience. He also played for Sioux Falls, I don't even think he makes like over $2 million or something, which by regular people standards, it's a ton of money, but by NBA standards, it's minimum wage, right? And so for him to build himself, into a starter in this league, that's Heat culture, man. Like, they look at you, they look at your potential. You come in, if you do the work, they have the right coaches to get you there, and they don't care about what name you have, what your resume says. Can you help us win? And I think if more teams had a Miami Heat mentality and this is what it is, like an honest, like team first thing instead of a me thing, you'd see, I think, a better NBA.
And Mark, you look at a guy like Gabe Vincent, like you said, local kid here out of Stockton, played down at UC Santa Barbara, also played in the Olympics for Nigeria when they upset Team USA. Then you look at him being the
21 in that game.
Yeah, and then you look at him scoring 23 in Game 2 of the NBA Finals, being the highest scorer for the Miami Heat. How does a guy like this slip through the cracks and go undrafted?
Oh, man. It's funny. Somebody here, I won't say their name, they're like, he played with Mitch Kupchak's son at UC Santa Barbara. Like, how many games do you think Mitch Kupchak saw Gabe Vincent?
Yeah.
And yet the Hornets don't sign him. They don't bring him in. And another thing, you're wondering, like, if you're the Kings, you're like, dang. Like, because if you think about it, took him from the Kings. He was on the Kings G League team. But because he wasn't signed as with the Kings outright, any team could come in there and take him. So there was something that Miami saw where they signed him to a two-way contract, essentially taking him from the Kings and sending him directly to Sioux Falls to play for them. And then, he played sparingly his first two seasons. But this season, man, he started to take off, and they liked what Lowry did with the second unit. And, here he is. But he'd have a whole team full of those kind of guys. Unheralded, cut, undrafted. And I think it's a very, very great formula because, you got guys that are always going to fight, scratch, and claw, and never give up. And that's why they almost won. They challenged at the end of Game 1 and why they won Game 2.
They got a whole roster of undrafted players, but four that are start and contribute. Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, Caleb Martin also subs in right away. Duncan Robinson, who had a huge fourth quarter in Game 2. Haywood Highsmith. I mean, it's amazing. But it comes down to stars a lot. Bam's had a good series. Obviously, for Denver, the Joker's the Joker, and Jamal Murray. I think going to the zone, they've taken away a lot of the two-man game with Jamal and Nikola a little bit. But my question's about Jimmy Butler, who is just an interesting player because he's a great defensive player. And then offensively, when he's on, he's on. When he's not, he's off. I go back to the Knicks series, Mark, and I wonder that ankle injury, did he ever get fully over the ankle injury? He had his moments against Boston, but I don't know if Miami can win this without Jimmy, being Jimmy Buckets and playoff Jimmy. Is he healthy right now with the ankle?
He wouldn't tell us. But I know what also is making it tough is when you have a 6'8" kid with long arms from Midi on you. you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's good defender.
Yeah, I mean, so you got Aaron Gordon's length, you got his athleticism, and just following him around. Now, this is a guy who, in the first round, he guarded Karl Anthony Towns. In the second round, he guarded Kevin Durant. In the third round, he guarded LeBron James, and now he's here. So I think it's that certainly has had a role in it as well.
And we're joined this morning by Mark Spear, a senior writer for NBA, for Anscape and ESPN, talking about NBA Finals, Game 3 kicking off tomorrow night in Miami. And, Gabe Vincent, Jimmy Butler, those have been great stories for the Miami Heat. But it seems like the storyline coming out of Game 2 is about Nikola Jokic. and the comments that, or I guess the question that Eric Spoelstra was asked about turning him into a scorer instead of a passer. Now, Spoelstra had a pretty blunt answer, responding and saying that that's a viewpoint from the untrained eye. What do you think about that strategy, and do you buy into the narrative of trying to beat the Denver Nuggets by forcing Jokic to be a scorer instead of a distributor?
Yeah, I love Eric Spoelstra. Mm-hmm. And Eric Spoelstra's given me some amazing quotes over the years. But right now it's funny. He seems like the old man yelling at the sky. He just got all these angry quotes, and it's about gamemanship. And when Ramona Shelburne asked him that question, it was a fair question. She was completely right. But he's like, he ain't giving us nothing, man. He's not tipping his hand. He's going to be a poker face until it's all over with. And so, but that's how the finals are. The finals are about matchups and adjustments and chess moves. And so, I think Denver will have a chess move for them. They're certainly still the better team. The one thing that makes me nervous is kind of a different thing. I'd love to hear Pop what he thinks about this. If I'm not mistaken, when the Warriors are in the finals, they typically will bring their friends, their family members, or loved ones toward the latter half of the series, or if they're close to winning, right? Well, the Nuggets brought their family to Miami, like a whole separate plane of loved ones to Miami. Grandma here, mom here, your kid here, that's a lot of distractions in Miami. And I'll never forget in 2006 when the Heat came, their players, it wasn't the family that distracted them, it was the nightlife. And it was Avery Johnson was so peeved at his players for being out till 4 a.m. that they changed hotels in the middle of the final. Now, I don't think, and maybe there's a player or two from the Heat you got to worry about. I don't worry about them from a nightlife standpoint. What I do worry about is, when you have your entire family with you in a place like this, I just wonder if, these are new distractions to them. They didn't have them the entire playoffs. Can that have a negative effect on them as they try to focus and lock in to play game 3 and 4?
It's a great point. And whenever I hear Spoelstra clapping back at Ramona, that was a legit question. To me, the Pat Riley in him comes out. And for Pat Riley, these are the 19th NBA Finals he's been a part of. 3 as a player, 10 as a coach, and now 6 as the executive in charge of the Miami Heat. And, Jerry West got to 21, which is pretty amazing. Which leads to, Bob Myers. Bob won 4 of those. He lost a couple of heartbreakers, but Bob went to 6 NBA Finals in 8 years. And we speculated on this for weeks, really, the whole season, Mark. And you were, the one that kind of told us something's up. And it was a week ago, just about a week ago to the minute. It was last Tuesday at 1 o'clock that he sat down and spoke for 35 minutes and broke down and got emotional like Bob does. And then Joe came up for the last 20 and gave us his side of it. They, you could find, exactly who Bob Myers and Joe Lacob are when they gave us that hour a week ago. So now that it's done, we're hearing rumors about Bob going into TV, possibly with your company and ESPN. What do you hear about that? And then
Bob,
what are the Warriors going to do without him? What do you hear about that? Are you going to take your job, Mark?
Oh, shit. My job is beneath Bob Myers. I'm sure he doesn't want to write stories. But I probably at some point will see him on NBA Today, which would be quite interesting. I'm guessing that Dunleavy is just a formality that, he'll likely be the guy. I think the thing is you got to be really, really smart. In the same way where in Boston you're seeing Joe Mazzulla starting to get some experienced assistants around him, like Sam Cassell. I do think that you got to keep Larry Harris. You got to bring some veteran brains, maybe some, I think a guy like, for example, Scott Perry, who just departed from the Knicks. Like, he would be a great right-hand guy for Dunleavy to have next to him, a veteran guy who's been in the business for, he helped put the Pistons dynasty together in the early 2000s. So if Dunleavy's going to be the guy, just, put the right team around him to help him succeed, a diverse group of thinkers who will think of everything, think outside the box. Because, I don't get the inclination that Draymond, Clay, and Steph want to go by any means. But I think what they need is stability, and they need is intelligence, and somebody that's not just going to come in and make everybody know that they're in that seat. Bob was not a loud general manager, and whoever comes in probably needs to follow that same suit.
Yeah, and before we let you go, Mark, and before Bob Myers becomes your new coworker over at ESPN, he still has 24 days he needs to work underneath Joe Lacob going towards the end of that contract. So my question is, with the NBA draft coming up on June 22nd, how involved do you think Bob Myers will be in his final draft with the Warriors?
No, I think the draft is really the scout. Like, you got that kid from San Jose State in there, Amari Moore today, I believe. That might not be a bad pick. I just think that at this point it's not really about Bob. It's leaning on them to tell you who you should pick. Because that's what they do all year. That's their expertise. Sure, Bob saw, some of the big names. But where did the Warriors pick?
19.
19. Bob Myers don't know who to pick at 19 without the scout. So I think the scout, I think they could do that without him. The question is, do you make a trade? That's the bigger deal. I'm not worried about the pick. I'm worried about, does he have the capacity to make a notable trade on draft day if he's about to walk out the door? That's to me where it is more questionable.
Or maybe he can help get Draymond Green re-signed before he walks out the door. That could be a party shot.
Exactly. That'd be a good one.
Yeah. All right, Mark.
Before we go work together, before I see him at the water cooler.
Yeah.
Exactly.
NBA Today featuring Bob Myers and the Hall of Famer Mark Spears.
Yeah.
The makeup room. Me and Bob didn't make.
Yeah, perfect. Mark, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate you doing it. And I'll give you a shout out for your San Jose State Spartans. I saw them on Friday down at the regional playing against Stanford in baseball. So shout out to San Jose State also.
No, congrats. We made the tournament. Was thought we could get one, but no, it's certainly a respectable season. The whole athletic department, we got some people in the track and field in the NCAA tournament. We're stepping up, man.
Nice. Hell yeah. Go
Spartans.
Go Spartans. And Mark, thanks as always for doing it this morning, joining me and Greg Papa. Take care. Have a great day, man.
All right, y'all. Take care.
All right.
Hall of Famer.
Perfect. There he is, the Hall of Famer out of the South Bay, 408, San Jose State's own Mark Spears, joining us on the Papa and Lunch Show. And on the other side, we could talk some more NBA Finals. We could talk some more Warriors. We've got 1 hour left in the Marcus and Papa Show today. Actually, 1 hour, 7 minutes left. We'll get to the caboose pistol. We'll get to some foreplay, and we'll get you some of that Kyle Shanahan sound also live from 49ers minicamp. It's Marcus Boucher, Greg Papa on the Papa and Lunch Show on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Professor, Ron Wood, stopped by the Murph and Mac Show earlier this morning to discuss the passing of Roger Craig. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're back live on the Papa and Lund Show this afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. Greg Papa joining me on his own program and now making another wardrobe change. Papa, I was looking for
We had a little problem with the live stream earlier. The camera went down. But every segment we do 12, it's a different
And I love the fact that you just don't have one 49er outfit. You'll switch up the Kyle Shanahan.
I've got like 20.
You got
20
it all.
of every team.
We just got to make sure.
So when I put on this is the NFC West Championship hat from last year and conquered the West last year, but that's not the goal this year. So we hit the 49ers. Clint Cohen was able to send me some audio. We had a little. They didn't post it on YouTube, so we couldn't play it live. But I'm listening to Kyle back, and Nick Bosa's here. Javon Hargrave is here for the first time since signing. But a lot of the story was about Brock Purdy and where he's at and throwing 3 times a week. But honestly, Kyle said, and we'll hear in a minute, Marcus, he doesn't even watch him throw right now. This is more of the rehab side. Yeah. The performance staff getting him ready. Like when I was there last week, I was there on Wednesday and Thursday. I didn't even see Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's off on a different. He's not working with a team. He's trying to get up to speed. He's there for all the meetings when they, go into the QB meetings, whatever they're having with Brian Greasy and the Kubiaks, and if Kyle pokes his head in. So the bottom line is that he's throwing 3 times a week. He's ahead of schedule. Nick Bosa is in town. Javon Hargrave is in town. And it's a good competition right now between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. So we'll hear a little bit from Kyle earlier. But, yeah, I went Shanahan earlier, and now I guess this is where we kind of turned the page from last year and winning the NFC West and going to the NFC Championship game, and the season starts anew now. This is and it's already has, when you get into Phase 3. Phase 1 is more lifting. Phase 2, a little more, video work. Phase 3, you get on the field. And then the mandatory mini camps, like Bosa hasn't been here all off season, and neither is Javon Hargrave.
And this is fantastic updates that we're getting from Kyle Shanahan. And I actually got a message sent directly to me from Sarge with the 49ers to make sure you don't put any Raider gear on today like you did a couple weeks ago.
You were to take me down that path. Yeah. I did send you the Jimmy Garoppolo in full Raider gear. What did you think of that?
He looks pretty handsome in silver and black.
He's always a 10, isn't he?
I was going to say, he looks fantastic. But in that uniform, he might even look even better. I don't know.
Oh, don't start.
We're looking forward to seeing Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold all suit up for the 49ers this year. And I believe we have the Kyle Shanahan sound ready to go. Here he is, your head coach of your San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, live at Levi Stadium from 49ers minicamp.
What's Brock been up to? Like, what kind of throwing program is he on? How many days has he thrown? Is he airing it out? We want details.
Yeah, I don't watch him, to tell you the truth. He's right on pace. I think he throws 3 times a week. I do not sit and watch those. It's part of his process of getting back, and he's continuing right on the track he's always been on. No setbacks, and it's been very good so far.
Is it your understanding, like, once training camp starts, that he'll be able to do stuff on the field with the team before he's fully cleared to go play football?
I haven't asked any of those yet. We're taking it very slowly. It's not like you just jump out and push stuff. You're only supposed to throw on this date at this percentage, this many yards, and then you do a couple days later. And if you stay on track, it should heal the right way. And right now, everything's right on track, and so we don't go I don't ask 3 weeks ahead. You just keep trying to stay on that trajectory.
Have you talked to him? How's his mental state?
Great. I think you guys can ask him, but I don't ask him how his mental state is every day. I see him every day, and he's pretty good.
Just normal.
Yeah, everything's normal. I know we want updates. I totally get it, but there are none. So I can make something up, but there are none. It's like just the next day of working out and rehabbing, and I don't get too involved in that. See him in the meetings, talk to him about football and stuff like that. Things will happen when he's healthy, and we're just waiting for him to get healthy.
There's a report you're going to work out another quarterback. Are you looking to potentially add another quarterback for training camp?
I don't think so, but we always work out all positions and stuff, so I don't go and ask about each one, but it's just part of the process of every position, and always having guys that if someone gets hurt to bring in, guys are on our call list, and usually we don't stop working guys out.
Why did you sign a defensive lineman? Have you had some injuries along the line?
No, I know we wanted 90 for camp, and that's where we wanted our 90. We were a little heavy at receiver.
Is Mia Davis okay?
Yeah, he's all right. We pulled him out today. We're being safe with him. A number of guys like that. He's been here for a while, but we don't want him to go today.
Was that a bad snap on the Rudy kick there?
I didn't look at the snap. I'll see it when I watch the tape. I'm not sure. Definitely was a low kick, though. Couldn't believe no one blocked it.
How has he looked just in OTAs and in today?
He's done a good job. I mean, you want to feel the leg and stuff that you see on tape that, we sent Brian to go work him out and stuff, so we wanted to make sure that it felt the same way in person, and you feel that every day. I mean, he's got a hell of a leg, and we're going to put him in a bunch of situations and keep challenging him, and hopefully he'll be ready to go by week 1.
What are your impressions of Javon Hargrave so far?
I mean, he just got here, so we're just getting to know him. We're going to be slow with him, just him not being around throughout phase 1 and 2 and OTAs. We're not going to throw him into anything. So my impressions are he seems like the same guy I've been talking to on the phone. Seems like he's been working out, and hope he spends this week to kind of get acclimated to what we do, the way we do it, and just get used to the guys. And so he feels a little more comfortable when he comes back in training camp.
Is Nick Bosa here?
Yes.
What are your conversations been like with him?
Same as they all are every year. How you doing? How's the workout been going? How's Florida? How's the boat? You look tan. Your legs still look big. What are you going to do today? I'm going to probably be in the weight room.
The last 3 years, you've had like big money guys who are due for contracts and got them right before camp. Do you at all get involved in that just from the sense of trying to gauge the player, the person, and if their mindset's in the right spot as far as handling the contractual stuff while also taking care of business, physically to get ready for the season?
Each guy's different. I mean, I try not to get in there, and if I felt they needed advice or something, just with the experience that I have going through this, I would. But usually the contract stuff takes care of itself. Usually the type of guys we want to pay, you don't totally have to have those conversations with. If we did, we probably wouldn't be wanting to sign him long term. Nick, he's not a guy I really ever worry about. Whether it's a contract year or not. I know Nick's doing his work. I know Nick is obsessive with his job and obsessive with being the best he can be. So. It's usually pretty easy with that stuff. We don't even need to mention the contract, so it's more the same conversation I've had the last 3 years with him when he comes here.
In the event that Rocky is ready for week 1, have you talked to Trey Lance or his agent about a potential trade?
No.
Debo is working on the side field throughout, not doing any team drills or anything that he's working through, or just?
No, he hasn't been here too, and we want our players to be ready to go, and with him being away and stuff, just didn't feel he was quite in that right spot, so we got some time till camp, so we're not going to rush him on anything that's don't feel he's ready for.
He's not usually okay?
He's got some things too, so keeping him out.
With Brock's throwing program, will he be here during the downtime, or do you have somebody that goes with him? Like, how does that work?
He'll be here most of the time. I don't know. Again, I don't check on every single one of those because I don't think it's necessary. But Brock's been great on his rehab. He's obsessive about it as you can be. That's why he's ahead of schedule, and I expect him to be here doing it with our guys. And when he does get breaks and long weekends and stuff, however he wants to spend that, he'll do it accordingly.
Just ask about first team, second team reps. I know sometimes it isn't as important, but
right.
Arnold getting the first team, does that mean try to get some tomorrow, or?
Yeah, we've been switching them up each day, I think, for the most part. So yeah.
Sam Darnold come.
Even competition at this point, where is that?
It's OTAs, so every position, like I think I've said to you guys before, like I don't try to come in and know who's ahead or not. This is all this stuff gives these guys a chance to compete in training camp. When you don't practice football an entire offseason, you don't do any practice of football since your last game, it's very hard to come to training camp and be ready to beat someone out. And so that's what you try to provide all this stuff for, just to give guys a chance to learn the offense, get their timing, get everything, so now when they go to training camp they're ready to compete, and that's truly where I see the competition starting.
Sam Darnold progressing and adapting to the new system?
Nah, he's been good. Just all these guys. I mean, some good days, some bad days, but that's what this point is throwing all the stuff at them, letting them go through it, and we'll go through the exact same process our first 7 days of training camp. But it's just a little easier to do it because you get pads on, you can do more, and hopefully it'll be easier for them second time going through it, though.
A two-part Brandon Allen question.
Nice.
One, I guess, just your initial impressions of him. And, he's been a number 2. Looks like he came here. I mean, he's a potential number 4 here. Do you know if there's a conversation before he signed with Lightning here and why you view this as maybe a decent opportunity?
I mean, we knew in free agency we didn't know where Brock was going to be at the time, so we knew we had to go get someone to compete with Trey in case Brock wasn't. And we got fortunate with Sam on that. Then we felt good just with our targets and everything. And once we kind of started phase 1, when we're doing all the quarterback drills and workouts and stuff, it was just, man, there's only 2 quarterbacks here. Brock can't do much, and we would like a third guy. And then we looked out there, and he was available. And then he had the confidence to come here. And then when we watched his tape, and we've always known about him, and we felt very fortunate to get him because he has been a backup in this league. And so when he came here and hopped in our drills, I think we got like 2 weeks with him. And I've been extremely impressed. The reps he's gotten, he's done very well. And he's obviously not just a camp arm around this league. He's been a backup for a while. But just how good he's done in his OTAs and stuff is going to give him a chance with us.
Do you think that you have, and you will have, 4 quarterbacks who are going to be on 53-man rosters this season?
That's what it looks like. I mean, we got technically the 4th guy was the number 2 for Cincinnati last couple of years. So, and that's the way you want it. We would have gone to college free. We could have gone the college free agent route. But when we looked into those guys compared to what was out there, and the fact that Brandon was willing to do it, we would never hesitate to do that. Now, if someone like Brandon doesn't want to do it, and the other guys that you think are NFL caliber don't want to do it, that is when you go the college free agent route. But we feel our guy's much better than those options.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, head coach of your 49ers from Levi Stadium, 49ers minicamp, answering a lot of quarterback questions, giving us an update on Brock Purdy's throwing program, whether or not the 49ers have listened to any trade calls for Trey Lance, and why they bring in Sam Darnold. Plenty to discuss and dissect on the other side. We've got Nick Bosa updates. He spoke to the media. Deebo Samuel spoke to the media, and so did George Kittle. We'll get Papa's reaction to all of it next on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher in for John Lunn on Papa and Lunn on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Trending now. On KNBR.com.
Andrew Bagley broke down how pitchers are attacking Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey. That story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yes, it is the sports leader, the flagship radio station of your San Francisco 49ers, and it is Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa this morning, talking a lot of 49er football. And if you heard the other segment previous to this one, we played Kyle Shanahan speaking to us live from Levi Stadium, giving us some quarterback updates, what's going on with Brock Purdy and his throwing program right now, whether or not he's on track to maybe make a return by week 1 of the NFL season, and also provided an update on who will be taking the first team reps with the 49ers this offseason while we wait the recovery of Brock Purdy, whether it's going to be Sam Darnold or Trey Lance. Papa, it seems like it's going to be both of them. What was your biggest takeaway from the Kyle Shanahan press conference?
That I think Kyle Shanahan wishes that the Warriors were playing in the NBA Finals and Kawakami was not in the Bay Area and he was in Miami. Or who are the Warriors? I guess the Warriors would be playing Miami right now. They'd have home court, so they'd be in Miami.
Yeah.
So we have to keep this in perspective. This is organized team activities. Mm-hmm. It is required by the new CBA. This week is a mini camp, so guys have to come in. And I just listened to Nick Bosa. We're going to play Nick at 1:30. I talked a lot about having Javon Hargrave here and what it's like lining up next to him, and the new defensive coordinator, Steve Wilkes, and also his contract. And Nick is very optimistic he's going to sign a long-term contract before the start of the year. So we'll hear Nick coming up at 1:30, Marcus. But everybody wants answers.
Yep.
When's Brock going to get cleared? They don't know. You got hurt. I mean, there's a rehab process here.
It's a long one,
stacking
too.
days. And, he's coming back from a bad one. The shoulder to be bad, but the elbow and the UCL is a bad injury, and nobody has answers. Kyle, like when I was there last week, I didn't watch Brock Purdy throw at all. I was there to watch the other 89 guys on the roster.
Yeah.
And Brock will do his thing, and when 14 jumps, or 13 now, and Sam Darnold's 14, we'll watch him. And that's what Kyle said. I'm not even watching his video. He's, he's in a process. But he's making steps every day. When he's cleared to play, he'll come back and play, and he's watching the guys that are there. But they're not pushing guys right now. Debo's not doing a lot right now, as he said, and Hargrave just got here. When it's time to go, which is going to be in late July, it's time to go. And then even in training camp, it's different than the old days when you're doing double days. And, they do a lot of walkthroughs. Like right now, they had a practice to media watch today. They'll go back out in the afternoon after they have lunch and do some interviews, and then they'll go back out and do a walkthrough. And they'll do the same thing tomorrow. What you're really doing is now installing your offense and your defense and the fundamentals. So when they start in training camp, it's already in, and you can sort of jump in. I thought the most interesting thing, right, did he say he wants to have 4 quarterbacks on the 53-man roster? That's hard to do. So Brandon Allen right now is Brock may even begin the year. I think when training camp starts, the first thing we look at right away is Brock Purdy on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list, which just buys you time and brings an extra body. It doesn't sound like maybe necessarily, and who knows? Again, I'm guilty of it as all. We all want a timeline.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a full participant in training camp? If he's not, you need arms to get through a training camp drill. Trey and Sam can't do everything, or they get arm fatigue and they could develop tendinitis or problems. So the way he spoke of Brandon Allen, I mean, let's assume Brock Purdy is on the PUP list to start the year. Then you would have Allen, obviously, as one of your 3 quarterbacks for camp. You may bring in a 4th quarterback just to get through drills. That's why they're working out guys, and the XFL guy from San Antonio's in for a workout. If they want to sign him, that's just a camp arm. But Brandon Allen is an interesting guy. Just watching him when I was there last week, and he stayed after practice was over and was working really hard to get the footwork down. But he was in Denver's system going back, I guess, when Lord Fangio was there. And then, and then Cincinnati runs a very similar offense with their Zach Taylor, their head coach, and, Bill Callahan's son, Brian, is there as the OC in Cincinnati. That's the 49er offense, obviously. So a lot of the footwork and the principles are there. And Brandon Allen is a guy that has played 15 games in the NFL with 9 starts, none last year. But he was backing up Joe Burrow, and he was their backup quarterback. He was not their 3rd or their 4th. He was their number 2 last year in Cincinnati. So I thought it was interesting. And I don't know if you're going to keep him on the roster. And then when Brock does transfer from the PUP to the 53, highly unusual to have 4 quarterbacks on your 53. More than likely you'd have, 3 with the emergency QB rule now, and then have 1 on the practice squad. But it was interesting. And then just watching Brandon Allen, and honestly, I'll watch him more when we get to camp because he may play in preseason games against the Raiders and the Broncos and the Chargers. But, who is Brandon Allen exactly? And he was, since if Joe Burrow got hurt last year, he was their number 2 quarterback. Right now, he's your number 4.
And Papa, are you one of these guys that pays attentions? Like you said, it's OTAs, like mini camps, like this is where the system, the Kyle Shanahan system, gets implemented. So do you pay any attention to the guys that are tracking passes and completing percentage and all that stuff?
No. None of that. I'm not keeping stats.
Yeah, me neither. I was just asking if you
what
did.
I'm looking at, and Marty Lurie just texted me, and it's the mosaic of a football team. So now you've got all these little pieces. The guys you drafted. Who's going to be the stacked linebacker next to Fred and Dre? You got a couple of young guys that are interesting. Obviously the tight ends, you got a couple of guys there. He was talking about, we're going to have Jake Moody, the new kicker, on tomorrow at 12:15. He'll join us right after they wrap up the mandatory minicamp. Apparently there was a low snap today from Tabor Pepper, and it got blocked. So, they're going to overanalyze everything. Again, most of the media wouldn't be there. They'd be watching the Warriors if the Warriors made the finals. But we're hypersensitive to OTAs and mandatory minicamps. So, no, what I'm looking at is body types, how guys, plug into a role. This new guy, Robert Beal, interesting body. Where does he fit in? He's not going to be in your base defense probably, but he could be in your sub package, when you're going to get the quarterback a little bit. Cleveland Furl's an interesting body type. What I'm looking at is just Jair Brown, Isaiah Oliver, the new, nickel corner. Man, that guy's got long arms. You don't typically see nickels that long and big. He's, going to play a lot. So what I'm looking at this stage of the year is just all the different pieces, elements that you plug in to make a football team. Then they're going to figure out, how they're going to use them on offense, defense, and special teams. But no, I'm not tracking stats and all that. I'm looking. There was a play last week where I thought Sam Darnold, it was a simple check down in the right flat, Marcus, and I thought he led Christian McCaffrey too much, and he missed him. And McCaffrey just went to a different gear. And he put his hands out, and he caught the ball right in stride, and there he goes down the sideline. And then you're thinking, well, Darnold played with Christian in Carolina. So they got a little chemistry there, but it's just the overall ability, how much they burst for a ball, how much Diamador Lenore is better and splattering guys on slant routes and the way he looks. And so I'm just looking at the pieces of a football team and the player skill set, and then how do you plug it all together? And then you got Marty Lurie's mosaic. Each piece of the puzzle's got to fit in the overall team.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think this is more about seeing how guys show up, what kind of shape they're in, if they're like Nick Bosa and working during the offseason, or maybe if they've changed something mechanically, which I know a lot of people have been focused on with Trey Lance. Now, with you going down to OTAs last week, seeing Trey Lance throw, what has been the big difference you have seen from him mechanically?
You want me to fire up my camera roll? I took this. I don't typically take pictures at all, but I wanted to see Trey. And I was saying, he had a finger injury going back to his rookie year. It was the third preseason game against the Raiders. He hit his finger on a helmet coming down, and it screwed him up. He could not extend the index finger. And it got to the point where the index finger was off the ball, and he was like three-finger Mordecai Brown and a thumb. Wow. He wasn't able to grip the ball. And accuracy came in, and then he did it for so long, his body adjusted to the new way of throwing, where even last year, he didn't have that index finger on the ball. Wow. So when he went to Dado and John Beck and Tom House last year, 3D QB, they had to just reteach him how to re-grip the ball. And now this year when I saw him, now that he's not worried about his grip, his footwork is way, way better. Way better. He has a wider base. You don't want to be too wide like Carson Wentz. He gets so wide out. He's just, kind of top heavy. But you don't want to be too narrow. You want to be athletic. So his footwork was, I thought, improved dramatically. And the one play they were running over and over again was the classic Shanahan signature play from Mike and Alex Gibbs to Kyle now. The outside zone going right. The keep game, that you fake the zone going right, the wide stretch. Quarterback keeps it, boots it, coming back left. Normally you keep it left, and you have three levels of primaries. You drag a tight end underneath in the flat. Could be a fullback there. Could be a guy in the second level and a guy in the third level. Well, they went to that, but they bypassed it. Now we're not going to throw to the left side. We're going to flip the quarterback's hips and feet. We're going to come back right. So it's a fake stretch right. Keep boot left, throw back right, and it's outside. It's a John Elway play that Mike put in Denver, and Trey was nailing that. Wow. And the quarterback, and he was doing it with Greasy and the Kubiaks. Watch his feet. He's flipping it around. He's lined up to the target. Boom, boom, boom. He's nailing one after the other. First time they got into the 11-on-11, he bounced the throw. He just missed it. So now it's how do you take what you did in the offseason with Christensen, Mahomes guy, apply it to what Kyle wants, but his feet are there. And I took so many pictures of him trying to get the look at, is he gripping the point of the ball with his index finger? Terry Bradshaw never did that, and he won 4 Super Bowls, elite thrower of the ball. I couldn't tell. But I couldn't get it tight enough. I'm not a good enough photog, even on my smartphone. But I talked to him after. I said, Trey, you look great. He said, my body's back. And we each said, no, I don't grip the point of the ball with my index finger. My hand's not big enough. Now, if he slid up on the laces, he could. But then he loses the full, control of the ball. So he's not an index finger on the point. Doesn't matter. The index finger is down on the ball when he's gripping the ball, and it's not off the ball. So Trey has he's improved his mechanics immeasurably. Now he's got to go apply them. It's like a baseball pitcher in the offseason going to drive line, Sean Manaea. You're going to work on your velo, or a hitter trying to regroove his swing. And then, can you apply it, make it muscle memory when the bullets fly for real? I think that's where Trey's making the transition from the offseason QB coaches to Greasy, Kubiak, and Kyle, repping it at OTAs and mini camps. Now, when the bullets fly for real, can he really train his brain and new muscle memory to do it the new way?
And I think that's what a lot of the 49er fans are looking for this year are those improvements from Trey Lance. And I do want to point out a quote from George Kittle on Trey Lance this morning, who said, "I'm not going to lie to you guys, he looks significantly better than he did last season, Pop."
Totally.
Perfect.
Totally.
Perfect.
And going back to I think it's the best version of Trey we've ever had, even going back to North Dakota State.
Nice.
He's confident. You know what he's got to get over now? And he was with Mahomes and Jeff Christensen, who's Mahomes' coach. Mahomes, if you were to get a diagram perfect quarterback mechanics, it would not be Patrick Mahomes.
No.
He does it. Hell, he holds the ball down here.
Yeah.
He throws left-handed.
He's all over
You
the
know what
place.
he's got? He's got an I don't give an F.
Yeah.
I'm going to rip it. I'm Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I was hanging in the Yankee clubhouse with Jeter. I mean, he's got that I don't care.
Yeah.
Trey's got to get past the Cam Inman's charting every throw that I make thing. Forget that.
No.
Just grip it and rip it. It doesn't have to be perfect every time. Just get it out on time. See the field. Deliver the ball on time. Once he gets back, beyond being so self-aware and just letting it fly, then his real talent comes out.
He needs some of that Jimmy Butler Miami Heat, we don't give a damn kind of mentality. Let it loose, Trey Lance. We'll see him on the field all week for OTAs, mandatory mini camp, and we'll check in with the rest of the 49ers roster. Like we said, George Kittle spoke to the media, Deebo Samuel spoke to the media, and so did Nick Bosa, who is expecting a contract extension in the near future. We'll hear from Nick Bosa on the other side. It's Papa and Lund with Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Giants are on the road, so you can't go to the Oracle Park to get your Tony G slice. You have to go to the original in the Bay Area. Go to Tony's Pizza Napolitana by the great Tony Gemignani in the North Beach. They have the best pizza by far in the Bay Area, the state, maybe the entire country and the world. They have every style of pizza, New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis pizza. He has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He makes all the traditional pizzas as well, Neapolitan, Grandma-style Sicilian pizza, and he also has other locations in the North Beach besides Tony Gemignani's. He's got Capos for Detroit-style, Chicago deep dish, and cracker-thin tavern-style pizza. And he also has cocktails, full bar, artisan cocktails, curated wine list, and they make other things besides pizza as well. Yummy but spicy, look out for the peppers, Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, and Italian sausages, and save room for dessert because Tony has all the Italian specialty desserts like tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world, so look for his Slice House locations across the entire Bay Area.
to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show on a Tuesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning, talking a lot of 49er football with the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. We played a lot of the Kyle Shanahan press conference earlier this morning, and me and Greg actually started the show today talking about Nick Bosa and his upcoming contract extension. So why not check in with the defensive player himself, number 97, Nick Bosa, live from Levi Stadium. Here he was earlier today at 49ers minicamp.
Any things in particular you've been kind of focused in on after you going through last season and seeing where you are, where you started, where you finished, and you really kind of emphasized?
Not really. No, just overall, there's improvements to be made at each facet of my game, and but most of the off season is just preparing myself for a long year and making sure that my body's going to be able to take on the load of 21 games. So just taking days off. I'd say I've been taking a little more time to not forcing myself to push through things, or I'm learning my body every year. I'm making small tweaks, but I'm improving speed, strength. My body comp is probably similar. But yeah, just taking those days when I need them, and not forcing myself to push through when it's May or April or those months where if I push through something, it's kind of pointless at that point.
That's something you've had trouble letting yourself come back?
Yeah, I don't take days off very much, and that's probably been the biggest change, is just knowing when to take the days off.
What's the hardest part about taking a day off? You get antsy?
Yeah, I just like to, it's my job, so, and working out makes me feel better overall. So not going out in the morning and getting my run in and doing all the stuff that I like to do is, it kind of makes me anxious. So.
Is there a way you could find a happy balance with like active recovery?
Yeah, for sure, and that's kind of what it is, like doing a pool workout instead of a run, or taking a lift off and just hanging. So, but yeah, I've gotten better. Each year you tweak things. So.
At the end of the year, you're going to be patient with all this contract stuff. Obviously, there's still some time here, but what's your confidence level that you'll be able to, get something done here before camp or right as it starts?
It's pretty high. Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident about that.
Nick, what do you think about the addition of Hargrave, and how do you think that's going to change the look you guys present on the defensive line?
I'm super excited. We've been watching tape on him the past few years in Philly, and I think every time we watch him, Chris raves about him, or would rave about him, and we think of him as one of the best interior guys in the league, especially rushing the passer, and to have him on our side is going to be a huge addition for us.
Have you had a chance to work out with him or talk to him much in person yet?
Just met him, not too much. It's been a day, so just said hi and that we're both excited to play next to each other.
Like John and both said they felt like the D-line was still really good last year, but maybe not to the level of dominance that you guys had in 2019. Have you felt that too, and if so, in what ways?
Yeah, last year was kind of a revolving door interior with the injuries we had and not having Eric or Javon. So guys were coming in and playing snaps in games after being in here for a week, and that's just not ideal for our scheme. You really want to get an off season in with coach and really learn the nuances of playing interior, because I think playing interior is more difficult mentally and with our scheme than playing on the outside. So the fact that we have Kevin, who continues to improve, we have T.Y., who's been here an extra year, and then Javon's looking great, Javon and Eric. I hope I'm not missing anybody. But it just seems like we have a lot more depth, and if we're able to rotate guys in and out, then we could play with the effort and physicality that we need to play with.
General sense of Steve Wilkes, what his impact might be generally for the defense and specifically for you?
I don't think it'll change much at all. I think he's going to make some good improvements in the back end, and I don't really need to worry about that as long as the quarterback holds it a little longer. So, but yeah, from first impression, we talked yesterday for a good amount of time in the weight room, and yeah, I think it's going to be very similar for me.
Remember where you were in mid-March and what you were thinking, how surprised you were when you found out the 49ers had signed Javon Hargrave?
You said, what was I feeling?
Yeah, I mean, that was a very long question, I guess. Do you remember, were you surprised at all when?
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, with all the talent we have on our team, to add another guy who's the top free agent. I shouldn't be surprised with our team because Kyle's always trying to improve, and but yeah, I mean, to get the top guy and a guy that I feel like people give him his due, but people don't really know how good he is overall. Like, he's not talked about in that. He might be, I don't know, but I feel like he isn't quite talked about in the Aaron Donald top echelon Chris Jones, but I think he played like that last year and throughout his career. So it's him and Eric inside should be pretty fun.
It's only been one day, but Drake Jackson, he's put on some weight. What did you see from him just in the practice you watched today?
Just moving really well, getting the scheme down, and he looks huge. So I think that'll be good for him, and the fact that he's still moving just as good. He's always looking great. Just movement is something you can't teach with him. So, but he just needs to keep going.
You guys give yourselves a pretty harsh self-review at the end of the season, kind of assess how you did. Demo just told us, I was awful last year. How would you assess your last year Defensive Player of the Year season?
It was a good year for me. Whenever I look back at tape, there's some games where I'm happy with, but there's a lot of snaps that I'm not, and a lot of games that I'm not, and I mean, that's just the NFL, though. You're playing against really good players, and you're not going to play every game like you want to and every snap like you want to. But yeah, looking back, I don't love looking at some of the games, but it was a pretty good year.
You said right after the season you were, was it your goal to be the highest paid defensive player? You were the defensive player of the year. I mean, has that changed? Would you like to be paid as such?
I think I'll get what I deserve.
I just want to say, when Debo's comment was brought up that he's awful, is that just something that drives players at that level? And you're really tough on yourself sometimes when you obviously made a lot of plays last season.
Yeah, I mean, I think whenever you're at the top of your profession, if you're not looking to get better, then you're not going to be the best for a while, for very long. So it's good to look back and appreciate and have gratitude for what you've accomplished, but there's definitely a balance between getting complacent and giving yourself some credit, which I have trouble doing for myself. So I try to give myself credit, but also I don't want to take away that competitive drive, because that's why I'm here.
There he is, Nick Bosa, last year's Defensive Player of the Year, giving us a couple updates on his contract situation, talking about new teammates Javon Hargrave, talking about Drake Jackson, and yeah, giving himself a little bit of credit for having a quote-unquote pretty good year last year, Papa.
Pretty good. 18 and a half quarterback sacks.
Yeah,
and what he's talking
good.
about, he missed the Atlanta game, and they didn't play well without him. Mm-hmm. And then he came back the week after against Kansas City. And what he's saying about, snaps that didn't go well, the Kansas City game, they kept running that jet sweep to McCole Hardman. Mm-hmm. And there was a couple plays where they had influence blocks on both, so they never actually blocked him. And they got him to come upfield. They ran the jet sweep or the jet pass right under him, and Bosa Like, which way did he go? And I remember Carolina ran that play with DJ Moore early in the game, and Steve Wilkes was on that staff. So you get a little intel. So, I mean, obviously, he was the defensive player of the year. He finished 6th overall for league MVP. He had one of the greatest seasons in 49er history, right behind Alden as far as sacks in a year, with 18 and a half. But a guy like him, he holds himself at the highest standard. But he had a couple of stabs he'd like to have back, and I think in the playoffs as well. He had great runs earlier in his career in 19 and 21 in the playoffs. He didn't quite have the impact in the postseason, but that's why you bring in Javon Hargrave. Yeah. You're going to double team Nick Bosa all the time, but in the playoff game, he ain't wrecking this game. We're going to put 2 on him, and then you bring in Hargrave. You're going to double 97 and 98. Can you do that?
Good luck.
And I get to block the other 2 or 3 guys that come, including Eric Armstead.
Mm-hmm.
And then you heard and I'm going to play the audio probably for you tomorrow with Debo. Debo did not have a great year last year. In light of where he was in 21, the holdout. I mean, last year at this time, Debo Samuel, was he going to show up for the mini camp, and he wound up showing up. They wound up getting him signed, and he just had a lot of soft tissue injuries and some time. But what did Debo say? I was horrible last year? I mean, he did not have a great year last year, and they still went to the NFC Championship.
Yeah, Debo talked a lot this morning about how he was disappointed on what he put on tape last season. We'll play some of that sound for you tomorrow, but I guess my question to follow up that is, does it give you more confidence that Nick Bosa showed up to mandatory minicamp versus the holdout of Debo Samuel last year that they will get a contract extension done this summer?
Well, remember last year it was the hold in. The new thing is to show up, don't do anything, go work out on the side, don't get fined, because I think it's a CBA rule. They got to fine you.
Yeah.
If you don't show up for this, is a mandatory minicamp. This is not OTAs. So I think Nick's going to. But Nick, we heard him talking. With Nick, it's more about Nick, take a day off. You don't have to work out every single. Kyle makes fun of him that he won't go out to dinner because he may tire himself out on the 12 steps it takes to go to his car to go to dinner. And he goes to bed at like 8:30 at night. He lives the life of a 75-year-old man.
He lives a life like a radio host that does a show at 5 in the morning, Greg.
Exactly, like you and I, but we have reason to do that.
Yeah.
But what he's trying to do, and the reason you do it is because you want to be the best at your job. Nick, it's different. There's no worry about Nick Bosa not being prepared to play. And I loved his answer about, I'm going to get what I deserve. Whether or not I get, what a lot of guys are like, I want to, get more money than Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald's a pretty damn good player.
Yeah.
And how about the one line he said, which I hadn't thought about, that it is more difficult to play inside at D tackle than it is at D end, especially in this scheme.
Yeah.
Where you may get doubled. If you're an inside guy, you could get doubled from the tackle and the guard and the center. You get, who knows where it's going to come from. Nick Bosa, it's basically the guys out on the end. But I'd like to ask him a little bit more that he said that, because I've heard that before over time. It's tougher to play inside. But Nick flat out said it's more difficult to play inside, I think specifically in our scheme. And then that leads to, Aaron Donald lines up everywhere. He could play nose or 1 or 3 or 5 technique or outside at 9. He's going to line up over whatever lineman they think is your worst. But it is interesting to what Nick had to say, and that could translate into money. I mean, does he really get more money than Aaron Donald? And they'll work that all out, but it didn't seem like Nick Bosa cares about that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that stood out to me also. And I wanted to follow up on that because we know in D'Amico Ryan's defense, they didn't blitz the linebackers all that often. Do you think that's something that's going to change underneath Steve Wilkes?
We'll see. They would blitz Fred a lot. Fred would come on a linebacker blitz. The guy who didn't blitz much is Dre. And we had Dre on early on in OTAs. He only has 2 quarterback sacks in his career. One his rookie year, one his second year. Last year he had a breakout year, Dre Greenlaw. Didn't have a quarterback sack. They didn't send him much. They typically send Fred, Talanoa Hufanga, or they bring the nickel back. Whether it was K'Wan Williams in the Shark blitz or Jimmy. Isaiah Oliver can blitz. Talanoa Hufanga can blitz. They'll blitz him. But I think you may see more Dre Greenlaw blitzes this year and less predictable, because when they're jumping up in the A-gap, that double mug where they line up over the center, they both show that they're coming. Invariably, a lot of times they'll both bail out. If one comes, though, it's typically Fred Warner. The changeup maybe this year is to drop 54 into coverage and bring 57.
Ooh. And I'm going to be interested because of Steve Wilkes having his background as a defensive back and defensive back coach. If he does bring more blitzes from the outside from guys like Hufanga, maybe a Jair Brown.
Yeah, I love Nick's line. He's going to be in charge of the secondary. And all Nick said, I don't much care about that. Just I want the quarterback to hold the ball more.
Hold the ball for 4 seconds. Nick
One beat
Bosa.
more.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
beat more.
He'll be in the backfield getting plenty of sacks. Great sound there from Nick Bosa. And like Papa mentioned, we have plenty of sound from Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and some guys that we can get into the conversation tomorrow. But on the other side, we'll wrap up the Papa and Lunch Show, make the connection with Tolbert and Copes, and get you ready for this afternoon and some Giants baseball right here on the Sports Leader. It is Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Warriors coach and current ESPN radio analyst PJ Carlissimo joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down Game 2 of the NBA Finals and to give his reaction to Bob Myers leaving the Warriors. That podcast and more are trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Waterboy.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Yeah, got you, buddy. Fire away, kid.
What's happening,
This is your big moment, buddy. It's your big moment.
Is this Murph? Yeah, this is my huge moment.
Nicely done, Danny. Done behind the board today. Shout out Walter, doing a great job producing. Playing maybe my most famous moment on KNBR at the Warriors Parade, where I have no problem throwing Mike Holler underneath the bus, the man that used to run the board before Danny Dunn jumped on. And Papa, he tells me, he goes, Marcus, we're going to get you live on at the parade with Papa and Lund today.
I remember.
And I get on the phone, and then all of a sudden, it's Brian Murphy, not Greg Papa. But today I am talking to Greg Papa. I appreciate you letting me fill in for John Lund today.
You did an amazing job.
Thank
you want to
you,
do it
brother.
again tomorrow?
Oh, I'll be back tomorrow. As long as you guys keep giving me the call, we'll do it all day.
Show.
Yeah, because
we got to play the Deebo Samuel audio.
Yeah.
He went off.
Interesting
I was
quotes.
awful. He said I was awful. The holdout last year distracted him, or the contract.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of asked to be traded. He said he and Kyle were just watching tape, and he said he was so sluggish. He looked awful. Not blocking on plays that didn't go his way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Deebo Samuel aired himself out for the way he played last year. Awful. He was awful in every regard, he said.
Yeah, one of the big quotes that stood out to me was him saying that he never wants to put that kind of play on tape again. Maybe some of the play that me and Adam Copeland used to get into at 5 a.m. every morning. Copes, what's up, my man?
I like when guys are like responsible for a reason. Like he asked for the contract. He took all the stuff off of social media. It was his ask. It was his holdout. He's like, yeah, man, that was terrible. I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what went wrong,
Coach. I was like, I mean, you didn't have to ask for the. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah. Or can you send back some of the money that he earned last year?
Yeah, I mean, if you really feel that bad,
the way he played.
Right? To create a little more cap space for Bosa. How about that?
Yeah, can you pass it out to Bosa or maybe a Brandon Ayuk who might need to get paid also?
Pull Peyton Manning and renegotiate.
Yeah, exactly. Give some of that cash back. I don't think that's happening, boys.
I don't think it was that bad.
You guys see the breaking news from baseball?
I did, from Tommy John surgery.
Had news for
Jacob
Bochy.
DeGrom needs Tommy John surgery.
Crazy.
Wow.
But meanwhile, here's the Texas Rangers and Bruce Bochy getting off to their best start in franchise history, even without Jacob DeGrom.
They don't lose. No. It's crazy. They're putting up like 9-10 runs a night. I don't know, though. I mean, Boch likes his horses. And Kerry Crowley last night on KNBR Tonight was talking about Farhan's comments over the weekend about getting aggressive. And he said, as far as teams getting aggressive, you look at what teams need across baseball. And just about every year, Pop, you know this, it's starting pitching. It's starting pitching. It's starting pitching. Frontline starters. Giants looking pretty good with two in Alex Cobb and Logan Webb. Yeah. But if you're planning to be a buyer come trade deadline time, you might be better served doing it sometime later this month, in the next couple of weeks.
There's a lot of teams that are going to be after starting pitching. Yeah. Like St. Louis has the worst record in the entire league. Don't you think they need starting pitching?
Everybody does.
Absolutely.
That's his point is be buyers early. Go after it sometime in June or early July was his thought.
Right. Yeah, then you have to,
you got to overpay.
To have and you may have to take a few bad salaries. But as far as the Rangers, I watched them win last night. They beat St. Louis in a walk-off. So they're 39-20. But they are a plus 153 in the run differential, which is higher than Tampa Bay, which is a plus 125, and Tampa's 43-19. Texas is 19 over. The Rangers have a higher run differential at this stage of the year than the 27 Yankees.
Yeah.
What the hell is Bochy doing down there?
But hey, Bochy's pressing all the right buttons. Are we surprised, boys? Are we surprised at all?
A little bit. They weren't very good last year.
Well, and you know, part of that was guys like Corey Seager not living up to that. And Corey Seager's having a much better year.
How about Marcus Semien this year?
Marcus Semien lead off Seager number 2.
Incredible start. But yes, the starting
Adolis Garcia's going off right behind him.
Yeah, that was the Adolis Garcia is an absolute monster. What he's been able to do in the outfield for them. For Boch, what's funny is we were looking, Tom and I, at their pitching or their coaching staff the other day, and their bench coach is, and he's not just their bench coach. Actually, their bench coach is Donnie Ecker. And offensive. Right. He's their offensive coordinator and bench coach.
Los Altos High School coach.
Former, yeah, he's got the title.
Hired an offensive coordinator.
He was already there. He predated him with Chris Woodward.
We got to get these bats going. We missed that, Bochy.
You know who is his associate manager is, though, and I'd never seen this before, and it must be it's Will Venable. It's Max Venable's kid.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah,
Will
yeah.
Venable is there as and he played for him in San Diego.
one.
And so this
Without
may
a doubt.
be a little seed planting move for Texas, where they've got their associate manager in place. You've got Bochy under contract for the next few years, and he's obviously not a 10-year plan for Boch, I would imagine. And so you've got a guy set up to maybe take the helm after Chris Woodward didn't work out over the last couple of years. I think they've got something interesting cooking in Texas, considering what the Astros have been able to do in Seattle. It's been tough. Obviously, the Angels are right in the middle of the pack there, but Texas is a team to be messed with.
Yeah, but what about the Oakland A's in the AL West?
They're a minus 213 run differential.
By the way,
Could be
Greg,
the worst in the history of baseball.
It's unbelievable. They're like the Cleveland Spiders, Greg. Like,
Since 1899.
By the way, I was riffing, and Greg, you should have seen the look on your son Derek's face. As soon as I brought up the name Oakland A's, he was like, "That's it. You're not doing shows with my dad anymore."
Wow. Come on.
Yeah. That's a little harsh. That's
It's a proud franchise. Franchise.
Well, Greg, if you want to get out of the
remember,
show,
they do have 4 World Series in the Bay Area to the Giants 3.
Ooh.
Let's not forget that. Still 4-3.
You're not wrong.
And it'll probably end at the 4, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, who knows after they were
They may have to give a few back the way they're playing this year.
Them and Debo, they'll be giving start
12 and 50. 12 and 50.
Yeah. You can just play those Debo comments. Play the
They're
Debo
awful.
comments.
They're sluggish.
That's
incredible.
They never want to put this on tape again, Greg. Never again.
No, A's will never be on tape, especially not on this station. But what will be on this station coming up next is the Tolbert and Cope Show. Copes, appreciate you doing the face-off.
250, you do not want to miss Bill Walton Part 1. 350, you're getting Bill Walton Part 2. You get about 45 minutes of Bill Walton coming your way
What a
today.
trip that is going to be.
Copes, that's why I was asking. I thought it would be a 4-part interview, like his 4-part 30 for 30 documentary.
This is like a preamble to that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
When I was on the moon last night, I was thinking of the colors and the
It's
indigo.
a beautiful day in the Golden
It's
State.
an exact quote, by the way. The river of Colorado, it never gives in. That's a force to be reckoned with.
Looking forward to it today. Thanks for checking
Thanks,
in,
boys.
Copes. And Greg, thanks for allowing me to film
Good
the show with
job.
John Lund.
Good job.
I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be talking
Tomorrow, let's do it again
We'll
tomorrow.
do it again tomorrow, just like John Brebby is the opener. I'm usually the opener on the leadoff spot at 5 a.m., but I'll be the bulk guy tomorrow, back with
You
Greg
are.
Papa again. I will remind you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media station, and the Tolbert and Copes afternoon show starts right now.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. And we have a, can I call it a doozy? I think we have a doozy today. We have Dan Wetzel at 2:30. I can't wait to talk to Dan because once again, morality takes one right in the shorts. Jay Monahan, the commissioner of the PGA Tour, in case you haven't heard, by the way, they've merged with LIV. So
I heard.
That's the news. And this guy, maybe Tim or Derek can find all his quotes. He has a bunch of videos out there telling everyone how morally superior the PGA is to the Live Golf Tour.
Well, just about every line of his article on Yahoo opened with the line, the PGA Tour, the pure, ethically minded PGA Tour, and then he went on a statement about him. And then he said, the PGA Tour, the pure, ethically minded PGA Tour, and all the things that they have done to basically throw mud at the Live Golf, whatever it's called, whatever that group is called. Live Golf, and really, they were doing all of this to call them like anti-American and didn't care about human rights and didn't care about basically a whole bunch of things that the Saudis have made clear are not preferences for them or things that they sort of crap on or shoot down. And really now they have given the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund the ownership of the entire sport of golf is basically what's happened. Now the Saudis effectively own the entire golf world, and all of this sort of mudslinging was done by the PGA Tour in order to just get the dollar amount effectively that they wanted. And once they got the dollar amount, they, like so many others, got in bed with the Saudis. And even the Saudis' number one supporter in Phil Mickelson said, quote, "These are some scary MFers," a couple of months back.
Correct.
So the commissioner...
he said that before he signed.
He said that before he signed, yeah. Then he was like, yeah.
Because that's what got him into trouble for saying all that. He thought it was off the record. It wasn't. But that's what got him in trouble for saying it. It was like saying that and then doing it. And just saying, he said that, and then the ultimate he thought was a trump card was this is the best way to use to leverage the PGA Tour. Like, he wanted to leverage the PGA Tour.
Dude, he was right.
He was right, which again, it's sad. It's sad that, look, everyone has a price. PGA Tour has a price. One of the most recognizable athletes and one of the greatest soccer players in the world had a price. He's playing over there. Cristiano Ronaldo is playing over there. I think Benzema from Real Madrid is talking about going over there. I think they were talking to Messi, although it sounds like Messi may go back to Barcelona. But, look.
Did you just say Ronaldo? Didn't you say Ronaldo?
What's that?
You said Ronaldo, right?
Ronaldo's playing over there.
He went over there. He got some ungodly amount of money.
Yeah. No, it was like $200 million a year. It's like, I don't know what it was, but it was like absurd. It was like overpaying just because they have it. And I'm sure that's what they did here. I got so many questions. Like, one, I want to find some of those quotes, Derek, if you can. And maybe I know there's audio of them. We could play those just so people can hear what this tool was saying. He looks like the biggest fool.
You're talking Dan Monahan, the PGA Tour commissioner?
Monahan, yeah, absolutely. And I want to know what guys like Rory McIlroy and Justin Thomas and John Rahm,
who have gone to bat for the PGA.
They've been at Tiger Woods.
Putting their head on the line.
How much they talked to them before. I want to know what they said, if they talked to him, and if they didn't, what they think. Because these guys are going out there, and, Rory was about as vocal as I've ever seen him when it came to guys
about anything. He was
PGA
angry.
Tour. Yes, absolutely. Over and over and over again, taking shots at Phil, that didn't bother him. And then, welcome, we're joining you. One of the guys, I can't remember who it was. It might have been in the Wetzel article. Had a great quote. He said, "I can't wait to join. I've always dreamed since I was a little kid of joining the Las Vegas Aces golf team." I go, it looks like that might become a reality someday. Because they're going to be playing teams now. They're going to have teams like 4 men. I swear, if they ruin like the majors, they're going to, because I could care less about the other ones. It just...
Well, so we'll dial back, take a step back here just quick, because the two differentiating things here that sort of need to be made clear, and we'll talk about all this with Dan Wetzel. So we'll get a lot of those quotes and comments from him as well. We'll see what Derek can pull up. But they're calling it a merger, except it mostly feels like the Saudis have basically bought the PGA Tour like they bought the golfers, right? They had to get a dollar amount, and then the PGA Tour gave in. So it's called a merger, but really what they've done here is the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund is now going to be the exclusive investor in this new entity, meaning that it not only has the right to further invest whatever they want, and the PGA came out a couple of months back upset that the Saudis were going to use an investor that was like an arms supplier, right? Like some missile ballistic supplier, and PGA.
Oh yeah, that was the one in Virginia.
Yeah, and they were like, you can't do this on an event. You can't have some like military contracted company as a sponsor, some defense contractor as like a sponsor for a golf event. And now they will not have a say in that. The Saudis have first refusal on any capital that may be invested, and they have exclusive investor rights in the new entity. So what gets the PGA Tour's rights is that they get control of the board that handles the actual golf. So I think the fear there was, if we buy into this, we don't want the Saudis messing with the history of golf like we're talking about here, the 4 majors. So my hope would be, and again, this is just the PGA Tour, my hope would be that the 4 majors are probably okay considering they get say in the board. However, when you're saying they get say in the board and we control the money, who really has any control? Does the board really have control if they have no say in what happens financially? Or if their control and their say starts messing with the finances, who's in control, Tom? This is the problem with getting in bed with anybody like this, is when money's being thrown. This is the whole thing about, guys gambling on sports and getting in bed with bookies or gamblers. Once they've got their hooks in you, there's no getting out of it. Just because you're even doesn't mean they don't have a say in what goes on.
Yep. No, there was no doubt about that. So we're going to talk Dan Wetzel about that in 20 minutes. We have, in the first time in the history of the show since I've been a part of it, a kind of like Bill Walton's show. Bill Walton's show.
Tom, are you there? Hello?
Thank you, Bill. Luckiest Guy in the World airs tonight, and then 2 more parts come next week. That's kind of what we did. We did the first part at 2:50 today, and you're going to get the second part of Bill Walton at 3:50. So we're spacing Bill Walton. More Bill Walton to love. Now, the first part is kind of traditional Bill Walton, where I don't think we asked a question. We just let Bill go for like 18 minutes.
He might say hello at the end of the 20 minutes. Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. It was the most beautiful thing ever.
It's fantastic.
It was incredible. And then the second part, we actually we asked him some questions. Asked him, what would he tell John Morant? He talked about
talked a lot of Jokic. A lot of Jokic and his place in the NBA.
And, it was Bill. It was definitely Bill. But it was, we actually asked him a few basketball questions. So I mean, look, if I'm being honest, I love Bill talking basketball. But part 1's incredible.
Part 1's the best.
I could just sit back and listen to that for 40 minutes.
You will.
It was incredible. So you're going to get two parts of Bill Walton and Dan Wetzel. And what else do we have? I know we have one more thing. Matt Mayoko
is going to join us at 3:30. We got to catch up with him about what's going on with the 49ers. And we'll actually dive into that a bit on the other side. But should remind you, 2:50. Don't want to miss it. Part 1 of our beefy. I'd like to call it, you know how we do the opening to Steve Kerr? This is not an interview. It's a conversation. Yes. This is not a conversation.
This is not a conversation.
This is Bill Walton at 2:50. That's what you're getting at Bill Walton at 2:50. And then you're getting a whole second part of Bill Walton coming your way at 3:50. We'll sprinkle in some Dan Wetzel and some Matt Mayoko throughout. But 2:50, 3:50. Do not want to miss the Hall of Famer Bill Walton to sort of grease the skids for you before the Luckiest Guy on Earth premieres tonight. The Luckiest Guy in the World premieres tonight on ESPN. Should also remind you that all week long, tune in between 2 and 6 when we give you the cue to call. If you're the 10th caller to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, again, 415-896-KNBR, you're going to win, furnished by the Alameda County Fair, a couple of tickets, 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair, plus reserved horse racing seats. The Alameda County Fair, June 16th to July 9th, happening at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Live horse racing returns, and one of the biggest stakes. Tom, what's the Pleasanton Mile?
A horse race.
Yeah, that's right. Plus, their delicious fan food, their favorites. You get your
corn
big corn
dogs, baby.
Corn dogs, baby. And that is our, actually, here's the cue to call. We'll let you hear what it is.
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs.
When you hear that, be caller number 10. Best cue to call on radio, I'm telling you. To be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR, you'll win those 4 tickets. Again, nightly Big O Tire concert series, so much more. You can buy tickets at alameda-county-fair.com. The whole offseason, the main story with the 49ers has been the quarterback competition. But what QB competition? It's pretty clear now who the 49ers starter is. We'll talk about it next. It's Tolbert and Copes, Bill Walton at 2:50 on the Sports Leader. Giants open a 3-game set against division rival, the Colorado Rockies. The first 3 against the Rockies this season. First pitch at 5:40 tonight. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
said, thanks, I'm out.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Families 9/11, and how I think at the end he says never apologize or something like that. It was, but it had 9/11. Basically insinuating the late question there. I would never want to be part of that.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He's right on pace. He has, I think he throws 3 times a week. I do not sit and watch those. It's part of his process of getting back, and he's continuing right on the track he's always been on. No setbacks, and yeah, everything's normal. I know we want updates. I totally get it, but there are none. So I can make something up, but there are none. It's like just the next day of working out and rehabbing, and I don't get too involved in that. See him in the meetings, talk to him about football and stuff like that. Things what will happen when he's healthy, and we're just waiting for him to get healthy.
As the voice of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, she'll let you know Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. Kyle, they're saying, yeah, everybody wants updates on Brock. Everybody wants updates on Brock. I kind of roll my eyes right now when everybody talks about Brock, except that the updates, or lack thereof, I think, Tom, are somewhat of a positive thing. Like, we were talking, and they told us when they first gave us the timeline for when he could be back and could be throwing. And I saw a note yesterday, he's gripping a regulation-sized football now. He'll be throwing that. I was like, okay, yeah, all right. I assumed at some point that would be coming. That would be part of the progression to getting healthy. But when you and I talked about whether or not he would be ready for week 1, I was skeptical initially because I thought, well, if he's throwing by here, if there's a setback, it's never all great. Trey Lance had multiple setbacks, had to have another procedure. How many times has Jimmy Garoppolo had a surgery when we weren't expecting him to have a surgery? To me, no updates are a good thing. Seems like he's trending in the right direction, but the thing that stands out is they canceled their OTAs last week to push up the mandatory minicamps. But the latest with Brock Purdy is he's throwing 3 times a week. He's right on schedule. We've been talking about, well, if he's not ready week 1, who is the starter? It sounds to me more and more, and again, they haven't gotten to this point yet, and when we start playing games, we'll have a better idea. If Brock is healthy, there is no quarterback controversy or competition. Is that where you are?
Yeah, he's the number 1 guy.
But this may not matter at all. Right.
Might not matter. If he's ready to go week 1. The question I would ask is how soon before week 1 does he have to be ready?
Well, here you go. So just a note on that. Mayoko reported yesterday that he would be cleared to resume football activities around August 21st. That's 20 days before the regular season opener. So is 3 weeks enough time of activities to get up to speed is your question?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I was just wondering, like a week? Like when's like the I know you like the term event horizon. Where is the event horizon? Is it 14 days, 17 days, 20 days, 10 days? I don't know. Maybe a lot of that would depend on how the other 2 look. Yo, bro, are you ready Saturday night?
Take your time, brother. Yeah. Relax.
You're in there. 3 weeks. Those guys look good. Don't worry about it. And we'll make sure we get you 110%.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see, just in case, something happens, where is that cutoff line for him? Maybe Matt will have an answer for that. But, I would think 20 is – I would think that's enough. I mean, really, it's about just getting in there and letting it rip and getting your reps because he's going to be throwing the ball before that. That won't be the first time I think he throws the ball, so he'll be steadily building up to that. I would think that would be enough. I would think 3 weeks would be enough. I don't know that for a fact, but, yeah. And, again – if the other 2 look great or if Lance looks great, maybe you can be a little more cautious with it. Not sure, but I don't know. 20 sounds fine.
That sounds great to me. 3 weeks of work. I mean, you figure that, like, if he's just doing football activities, I know that by the time you get to the start of preseason, guys have been doing more work than that. You've been in practices and OTAs and mini camps and whatnot. But, like, the reps that a starting quarterback is getting in the preseason is fewer than that of 20 days worth of practice. You know what I mean? Like, how many snaps did Trey Lance take in preseason last year? Had a great touchdown pass against the Packers early on. Might have played a little bit later, but that was it. And so then the question is, where do you go with your backups beyond that, right? Derek was asking me before the show. He goes, would you feel comfortable having Trey Lance as your number 2? I go, I felt okay having him as the number 1 last year. I wasn't like extremely confident because we didn't know what we had. But if he was your 1 going in last year, I think you have to be okay with him being your 2 this year. The question to me is, how different is your offense with him as the number 2 versus Sam Darnold as the number 2? Because to me, Sam Darnold seems like a closer comp to what Brock Purdy gives you than what Trey Lance gives you.
Yeah.
And you see more and more of that now with offenses that are tailored to a specific type of quarterback. Like the one that comes to mind would be Baltimore, right? Like they had Lamar and they had Huntley. They had Lamar and they had RG3 at one point. They kind of wanted to have another guy back there who could do a fraction of what Lamar could do, at least in that same style. So I don't know. I don't know because traditionally Kaepernick and Alex Smith were 2 completely different guys, and that's kind of what you'd be looking at here, I think, with Brock versus a Trey Lance at number 2.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping maybe he'd get back in September and Lance and start a few games, just see what he had.
Yeah.
How great would it be if he played 3-0, played well, but they still like Purdy? So now, what if you were able to show that tape to teams around the league? Like, this guy could be really good. Here's the tape on him in meaningful games. And maybe you could get maybe a 1 back for him, or maybe a 1 and a 2 back for him. I mean, that's wishful thinking, I think. But if he played well, maybe you get that. Maybe you're never going to find out. And that's fine, too. Like, if Birdie comes back and he's really good, then that's fine. I mean, it means he's winning, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
So I just I'd like to see him get a shot at some point. He hasn't really gotten much of a shot. Keep your tail down. Thank you. I don't feel like I'm like crying for him. It's a big boy sport, and you're getting paid lots of money to do it, but it'd have been nice to see him, and he's still super young. So if he doesn't get a crack here, he'll get a crack somewhere at some point. And that's the thing he's got to keep in the back of his mind. Like, just keep working, just keep grinding. It's not over. Even if it's over here at some point, it's not over because you're so young. But it would have been nice to see him get that shot last year. He did. He got hurt, and then Purdy has been incredible, and he's been really, really fun to watch. It's been a really fun story. So it's quarterback's a zero-sum game pretty much when you're healthy, because there isn't a platoon system very often in the NFL. One guy plays, one guy doesn't, and you just sit and you watch. So
didn't Harbaugh do that last year? He's like, yeah, we're going to rotate quarterbacks each quarter. Over to start the year, he's like, we're not naming a starter yet. Like, started the year with like a couple of. Didn't he do that last year, 2 years ago?
I don't know if he did it for the first.
First couple of games, maybe.
I thought he did the first 2 games that two different guys played, and then he went. I know McNamara ended up sitting, and he ended up transferring to Iowa, I think, and so he'll play this year at Iowa. What the hell's the name? The quarterback's name that started this year. I can't think of his name anymore.
McCarthy? Is that it?
McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, he was way more. He was like more athletic, and I don't know if he was better, but he was more athletic. But yeah, he did that. I remember. Well, Spurrier did it. I think Spurrier used to have him run the plays in.
Yeah.
So it's like every other play they'd run in, like a different
every
quarterback.
other play, dude.
That was wild. It's like, I'll just use my quarterbacks to send in the plays. Perfect.
So you have no quarterback. Like, literally, you have no quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're running every other play.
Actually, those guys are pretty good.
Yeah. What's funny is oftentimes it's 2 good guys. But
it is Florida. Usually you don't get that. At Florida, you're able to. But it was might have been. I don't know if that was when Jesse Palmer, the Bachelor, was there. But I do remember that, thinking, "Wow, that's odd, man. Doing it every play." But yeah, generally speaking, that doesn't work. In the NFL, I can't remember when's the last time they went like with the. I mean, I know Steve Young and Joe Montana did a little bit, where Bill Walsh would put Steve in because he wanted to run certain plays, had a certain package, and wanted Steve in there. And I think a lot of it was Bill trying to get him in there so he could kind of get him in to hopefully take over one day. And Joe just wasn't going to let that happen. Joe was too good. Joe just kept winning. Team loved Joe, and it just wasn't going to happen. But for the most part, yeah, it's just you just don't get 2 guys. I'm trying to think of I'm sure it's happened.
Derek throws me Sean Moore and Tommy Maddox of the '92 Broncos. And by the way, he threw that out like it was like no, like how dare we forget that?
That's kind of my point.
He came in my ear. He was like, dude, '92 Broncos, Tommy Maddox, Sean Moore.
That's my point.
I was like, okay,
that's like no quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. That was they had nothing. They went 8-8, by the way. There you go. Exactly. What'd they finish? 8-8. Pretty funny. There you go. So looks like John Elway only played 12 games, and they had to go to that sort of platoon system. Is the way it played out. All right, we'll get back into some NFL stuff and specifically some Niner stuff at 3:30 with Matt Mayoko. Also got to talk about Debo's comments from earlier today. But Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports was all over this PGA and the LIV merger. The PGA Tour, the pure, ethically minded PGA Tour, calls up Dan Wetzel. And the Saudis basically own the sport of golf now. Worldwide. Unbelievable stuff. We'll talk to Dan Wetzel about it on the other side. And then 2:50, your first part of our conversation or our listening to of Bill Walton. He joins us at 2:50 and at 3:50. You do not want to miss it. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summertime means get on the road time. Let's have a nice getaway. Whether it be for the weekend, maybe you're going up the hill to Tahoe, getting on the lake, maybe driving to Vegas. You get your Honda. I've taken my Pilot to Vegas many times. Vegas and Tahoe. What do they have in common? Anyway, easy, affordable, and you save at the pump. Saving at the pump is always a key. And I get to listen to whatever I want to, whenever I want to. Actually, it's not just me, so I can't just listen to anything. You got to share. And in the back seat, they want to watch the videos. They're all taken care of. Everyone's good to go. And a lot more fun to drive than you think a Honda Pilot might be. When you think Honda, you don't think fun to drive. You actually should think fun to drive. They got a lot of cars there that are really fun to drive. Perfect for a weekend roadie or a trek across the country if you so desire. And you want to be safe, of course, don't you? Forget it. Honda can make you as safe as possible. They're not gonna. They can't get rid of all the accidents. Can't do that. But they can help you eliminate some of them. Help you brake. Help you get back in your lane. They got the rear view angle cameras that help you out as well. All those good stuff. Safety suite that can keep you safe. That's what it's designed for. So if you're thinking about getting out on the road this summer, make sure you think of a Honda. They got everything you need for a sweet summer road trip. So before you hit the road this summer, hit up your NorCal Honda dealer. Great lease and financing deals happening right now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I talked to players. I've talked at a player meeting, and I've talked to a number of players individually for a long period of time. And I think you'd have to be living under a rock to not know that there are significant implications. And as it relates to the families of 9/11, I have two families that are close to me that lost loved ones. And so my heart goes out to them. And I would ask, any player that has left or any player that would ever consider leaving, have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour?
Jay Monahan, commissioner of the PGA, that is just a wow. I mean, it's not surprising that money beat righteousness yet again. It always does. I mean, righteousness really, really tries. They battle. They just don't have the horses. I mean, in the end,
you root for them. They just don't have they don't have the talent.
In the end, righteousness has the depth,
the talent,
they got
the sex
horses,
appeal. They don't have any.
And they just, not only do they win the game, they cover the spread easily, like every single time. And to help us break it down, I thought he wrote a really, really, really good article. All his articles are good, but this was fantastic. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, Dan.
it's like it used to be the 16 versus 1, right? You rooted, and then in the end, money and greed take over against righteousness. But occasionally we've had some 16-1, so maybe that doesn't work anymore. But I'm glad you played that clip by Monahan, because to me, that's where this goes. So it is so crazy and so really despicable. Like, it's one thing if you're just going to be like, hey, in the end, business won out, money won out. Maybe I don't really even care who owns the PGA Tour. You can certainly make, I think a lot's made, wow, this is sports washing and all this stuff. Does that really, when you're watching the Bridgestone Open from Akron, do you really care that somehow the Saudis are somehow, it doesn't.
No, of course. Yeah.
They're not moving Augusta National to Saudi Arabia, So even if you just don't care, or you were actually rooting for LIV, whatever, fine. The idea that the PGA commissioner invoked 9/11 families and used them as PR props to elicit sympathy and attention and news coverage and a moral base that he was standing up for, and then did that interview, and then less than a year later goes, yeah, we'll just take the money. In the annals of hypocritical, diabolical, awful people in sports, this has got to be at the top. Got to be near the top. I mean, how do you justify that? I don't care if you were rooting for LIV. Even the Saudis would be like, man, I can't believe he did that.
Yeah, right. Seriously. Even they're like, can you believe this guy reneged that quick? Was that easy?
Let's get some 9/11 widows up here and use them as props and then cave. Oh, my. I don't know how you explain that. That is awful. Is there nothing sacred left in this country that we can just be like, hey, let's not mess with those people? And sure enough, PGA's like, hey, we scored a short-term PR victory by propping this families up who lost who are heartbroken 20 years later. We don't care anymore. But I understand why they do. I mean, that's what that was all about. That is terrible stuff.
He propped his own family up. He goes, I got family members that have dealt with unbelievable. I don't know.
He put himself in those shoes.
The scruples of this guy. I mean, he should have to. He should have to sit down with every one of them, every single one of them that he knows, that he invoked, and tell them exactly why he used them as a prop, and then a year later went back and did what he did. I mean, that's the least he could do. And then to let the damn players go out there and stick their necks out and bow their chests for the PGA Tour and say, I'm not going over there. It's more than just about money. It's about whatever they said. But taking shots at some of the LIV guys there, and I'm sure Monahan loved that stuff. And then they say they always tell me the PGA is a players tour. Oh, it's a players tour. Yet I'm not really sure how many players. Colin Morikawa said, I love waking up to breaking news in the morning. I wonder how many of the players, since it is a players tour, how many of the players he decided he wanted to tell before making this move. I mean, it's one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen, Dan.
It is. I mean, you take Rory McIlroy. He had a strong John Rahm, right? These are guys which you just when they did their interviews, they had that conviction. It mattered to them. And Rahm was like, look, I already got hundreds of millions of dollars. I can get hundreds of millions more. Nothing changes in my life. So it's easy for me to take this stand. But I don't want to do it. Tiger Woods, they say that Tiger turned down $1 billion, right? But forget the money. Just these guys didn't do it. But take Rory. Rory's uncomfortable. Rory doesn't want to fight. Rory doesn't want to be the spokesperson against this. He doesn't want to fight with Mickelson. Mickelson loves that type of stuff, right? Mickelson's all about the barbs. Rory's game has suffered. He doesn't like any of this. But he stood up and he gave his convictions, and good for him, right? Whether you again, whatever side you're on, you're like, okay, this is what the guy believes. Hey, and then the guy you're defending just goes, yeah, thanks, Rory, we're selling out. And now Rory's got to sit there and watch Phil walk back in with all the money he already got, and then just chirp him for the rest of his career. your boy sold you out. I mean, how does Monahan deal with that? How unbelievably insulting to do that. It's really low talk stuff. And people are like, well, maybe the Saudis can pay Rory and Tiger and all these guys and Rahm, all the best players, pay them what they would have paid. I don't think it's the money.
It's not what they want.
And someone said to me, how is Jay Monahan still have a job? Well, he's working for the Saudis now. They don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how.
Promotion.
He got promoted. Yeah, he's now in charge of all the tours.
Yeah.
I mean, the Saudis bought a sport. They didn't just buy a team or a league or like, hey, man, if we sign, look, if Nike pays LeBron enough, he's not going to mention China. Yep. Okay, right? They bought the whole sport.
I mean, you said it perfectly in your article. We're talking to Dan Wetzel here of Yahoo on the UMA guest line. You said sports washing, they scrubbed the entire thing. They took it all out. They just said it's all a Saudi sport now, which it's crazy too because you talk about the optics and the media move to try to get 9/11 families involved to where they're actually protesting outside some of these events. One of our texters just texted in and said, "How about them announcing this merger on D-Day during Pride Month with a country that doesn't allow you to be gay?" I mean, you talk about where their focus was in all of this. The optics in all of this go beyond just what they were saying months ago. It comes down to this very day where they didn't give a damn. This was about announcing, look how much money we made. And I want to get into some of that about this Saudi investment fund that is now in control of all of the ad revenue. They get control over this, yet the PGA Tour is in charge of the actual golf. If one entity is involved with all of the money and one entity is involved with the product that is on television and on the field, who's really in charge here?
Yeah, it's like being the manager of the restaurant and the guy that owns the restaurant,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're the sole investor in this new entity, and they can deny any other investment if they want. So if anyone else wants to buy in, they have the public investment fund, they call it. It has the right to refuse any new investor. So they have 100% control over it. And they're just saying, yeah, PGA, keep running your thing because it's popular, right? And they own the European Tour, the DP World Tour, and they own LIV. I don't know what they're going to do. They're still talking about keeping these, like, team golf, which, please, just, like, get rid of that.
Man. Like, come on.
Hopefully the high rollers survive and we get to watch that. Get that out of here. You won. You don't have to insult us. Like if Rory's got to put on a team jersey, I'm just going to cry for the guy.
Good.
Like he may do it. Like just quit,
weep
man.
for him.
He's got a Celtic jersey on, dude. Yeah.
Oh no! Like, can you imagine Tiger Woods getting drafted onto one of these teams? I'm not.
The Firebirds, Firebirds get Tiger.
I'm getting on the Firebirds with Bubba Watson. Like I'm Tiger Woods. I am the team. Charlie and me. That's the team.
Exactly. I'll take Charlie.
This whole thing is absurd. And again, I'm not even the guy that's out of like. Okay, not great, but I'm not even that. But the way the PGA sold everybody out, and I mean, like how, and had they just dealt with their members' complaints all along. I mean, I'll say this about Phil. He always said Monahan was a horrible guy. Yeah. Well, Phil also said the Saudis are bad. He had some phrases. Phil seems to be a good judge of bad people. Usually gambling with him, but he's But he was right about Monahan. This guy is awful.
Yeah.
Where do they go? Do you have any idea where they might go from here? I mean, did they wear shorts on Thursdays and Saturdays, and then maybe full slacks?
Yeah.
No, the PGA will be the same tour. I am almost. They maybe still live events. And maybe they make that into some kind of junior, senior kind of tour or whatever. But no, they're not going to mess with their traditional, maybe some, weaker tour dates get switched around or something. I don't know. But for the most part, this is going to be, again, the PGA is running this thing. The Masters is going to look like the Masters. The U.S. Open is going to look like the U.S. Open, all those things. And for most golf fans, that's really all that matters. Not only that, you get Brooks Koepka back every week. You get Dustin Johnson back every week. I mean, for the average fan, I I don't know how much it really. There'll certainly be a few people that are principled enough to say that's it. I was a huge golf fan. I'll never watch again. I don't believe there's that big of a number of that. The same way there aren't. I don't believe there's that many people like I just absolutely love basketball, but because LeBron James won't say anything about China, I'm not going to watch anymore. They claim that, but they probably weren't watching anyway, right? If you really like basketball, you're like, I want to see what happens tonight, right? We got Butler, we got Joker, we got So again, and it's like they own the. I think it would be maybe harder if this is where do the Saudis go? What if they sit there and say, I'm going to buy the San Francisco 49ers and I'm going to offer $30 billion for the team or something like that.
Still a salary cap,
That might be harder for fans to be like, I don't want to root for this team.
Right.
But if you're just watching golf and you're into watching golf on Sunday afternoon and there's a good golf match, the history of golf isn't exactly the purest thing in the world anyway. Maybe to sit there and say, I don't really care at that point.
Yeah, well, guess what? If you're watching the Premier League, you're watching the Saudis.
Yep.
I mean, they're about ready to take over that entire league the way they're going. Hey, what do you think will happen with the guys that got paid upfront money? Will they just, since it's all one big fund now, they'll just keep that money and have it taken out? Because it was weird the way they got their money. It's like if you got $100 million, you didn't get that and the purse.
You had to earn it first, right?
Yeah, if you won a $4 million purse, then it was just deducted from the $100 million that they already fronted you, basically. It's like a guaranteed contract. Will that still hold, I would imagine, for those guys? And I would think some of the other stars maybe that would just be awkward for the guys that got all that money just kind of strutting back in going, what's up? What's up, bitches? I told you.
Told you, look at all my money. You should have come with me.
Brutal.
I don't know. Look, you can't really they own the whole thing. What's your alternative at this point? You can't really renegotiate. These don't seem like a group that's really into renegotiations to begin with. Yeah. You agree to that deal. Here's your deal. You're going to get your guaranteed money. What has been interesting is seeing some of the guys stay sharp. To me, we're 6 months into this experiment, but that was always the question: is Koepka got healthy, but we've seen it with other guys. Like if you really don't have to try and you've got your guaranteed money, and golf is such a it's that small level of sharpness. Entire majors are won with just infinitesimally small margins, right? This putt, that this blade of grass, that chip, everything. Like, can you be that competitive? And the guys have stayed that way so far, certainly the Masters and the PGA. So I don't know. And then do they try to compensate the guys that didn't leave? Does that matter? Do you take that money? There's a whole mess of questions. They have no written deal even at this point. It's like a handshake deal. So I think there's a ton still to be worked out, but it was a stunner that I guess I always thought Liv would probably win because this is a resource battle and like they didn't have to turn a profit so they could keep losing. This isn't USFL versus NFL. Like they could lose and lose and lose and lose and go on forever. They could be in lawsuits forever. They could eventually just lean on you. Like when you got a huge pile of poker chips, you just lean on a guy, you'll eventually win. But I didn't think they'd do it today. I thought that would be years down the line or something like that. And that's probably what's going to infuriate these players and tour directors and, course owners and sponsors and even their media partners. Some of these guys on the Golf Network, Jim Nance was taking shots at the Liv all for a long time. What happens now? Yep. It's, and good for him, but it's just like, oh boy, it's a tough spot when your boss in any business just completely sells you out like that. It would just be kind of really a devastating moment, no matter how much money you got.
That is rough. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports. Hey, I'm sure we'll talk to you again before next year, but let's do this every single year. Let's have you on June 6th of every single year, just so we could smack Jay Monahan around.
I like that. It's my
sounds
favorite,
like
dude.
fun.
Yeah, it's good.
Hey, screw that guy, man. I guess, like I said, even if he had cut the greatest deal ever, like what he did to get there is just, he's going to have to explain how the heck he sleeps at night with that. Imagine these two friends of his that families. Yeah, I don't think he's having them over.
I don't think they're real, Dan. I don't think they exist, man. I think it's pretty clear now.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not
just
too.
Absolutely brutal. Great stuff.
You're awesome, Dan. Really
really
appreciate
good
it.
stuff.
Thanks,
It's
guys.
always fun reading your stuff, and hopefully we can talk again soon, Dan.
Oh, always, Tom. Take care, guys.
Great stuff, dude.
Thank you.
Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports. Make sure you check that piece out. A great piece. And again, he keeps calling them the PGA Tour, the pure, ethically minded PGA Tour. Really put it into layman's terms for us there, and a really good piece from Wetzel. All right. From that into one of the most fun hits we get to do. Talk about every year. We haven't done this since last year. Bill Walton has his 30 for 30, 4 parts, 2 parts premiere tonight on ESPN. The luckiest guy in the world is the 30 for 30. He's joining us for a 2-part conversation. On the other side, you'll get part 1, part 2 coming up at 3:50. Of course, after I let you know that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back. Travel and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. Part 1 of our conversation with Bill Walton is next, right here on The Sports Leader. Susan Slusser joined Pop on Lund yesterday and discussed the roster crunch the Giants could be facing with the return of some of their injured players like Tyro Estrada, Jock Peterson, and Michael Conforto. Check out that podcast trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, people always have questions. It's why you're here to give us the answers. Tell everybody about the ERC this afternoon.
Federal government is giving away, that's right, it's not a loan, it's a grant. They're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee that you had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. 2 different ways to qualify. The simple way, a certain drop in gross revenue. But so many CPAs I've encountered stop there, and if you didn't have that drop in gross revenue, so that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law says either or. There's another test. It's more complex. It requires analysis. We treat it very seriously. Multiple licensed professionals in our office all review it. We all have to agree you qualify. And if we do, and a lot of people qualify that don't have that drop in gross revenue, you can go ahead and get just as much money as the first method. And a lot of people are eligible to get a lot of money. Don't leave yours on the table. Come to us for a second opinion if you've been turned down.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is always a pleasure to have our next guest on, and I mean always. And we wanted to have him on to talk about. There we go. Let's just get right to it. The Hall of Famer, Bill Walton. What's up, Bill?
So many roads. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. It all rolls into one. Dead and Company last night, Burgeston, Pennsylvania. Oh, my gosh. Hell in a bucket, Alabama getaway. Jack Straw open. Throw in a Bertha and a Don't Ease Me In to close out the first set. Oh, my gosh. So many roads. Truckin', China Doll, China Cat. I know you ride her. Althea standing on the moon. It's a lovely view from heaven, but I'd rather be with you. So many roads. The NBA Finals. The luckiest guy in the world tonight on ESPN. Who would have ever thought? I was born into a world of hope, optimism, peace, love, books, and music. When I was 5 years old, I found my bike. So many roads. When I was 8, I found basketball. When I was 9, I found Chick Hearn on the radio, KNBR 680, although I know it was Bill King in those days in San Francisco. When I was 15, I found the Grateful Dead, UCLA, and John Wooden. When I was 17, I found the perfect mentor, Ernie Vandaway. 28, I found Marty Glickman, who taught me how to speak. When I was 37, I found the woman of my dreams, Lori, the greatest everything ever, although she's not a thing. I just can't think of a better word. We have 6 children and 14 grandchildren. When I was 56, I found Dr. Steve Garfin, Dr. Liz Stimpson, and UC San Diego Health, and I have never felt better in my life. When I was 56, I found Pat Kilkenny and Ted Roth, who took over for the now deceased Ernie Vandaway. Now that I'm 70, I just found Jerry's middle finger. I have a chance at a full and complete life. I am the luckiest guy in the world. And as that show premieres remarkably tonight on ESPN at 5 o'clock Pacific time, who would have ever thought? Because when I joined the NBA, let me try to figure this out now. I think that's 49 years ago. When I joined the NBA, I had no idea how to play in the game of life. I was injured all the time. The endless string of stress fractures that no one believed that I even had at the time. And the biggest problem was that I couldn't speak. I couldn't express myself. But when I joined the NBA, I was unprepared. I was unsuspecting. I was undiscerning. But now we have the NBA Finals right here going on ABC. Yeah. 2 games down, split 1-1. Now we head to Miami, and what a series this has been. Very much like the Dead and Company tour, which started in L.A., went to Phoenix, Dallas, Atlanta, Charlotte, Raleigh, Bristol, Virginia, Burgestown, Pennsylvania, on their way to Chicago. Oh, my gosh. Cincinnati, Philly, Saratoga, New York, Boston, Noblesville, Indiana, and then Boulder, the Gorge, in San Francisco as they wrap it up by the middle of July. But this NBA Finals is so far from over, literally just getting started. It looked like in Game 1 that Denver, which really waltzed through the Western Conference there. Minnesota, you even forget that they played against them. And then Phoenix fell apart as they have been wont to do. Lakers, they get swept. And then you've got this fantastic team, Denver, with this remarkable player for the ages as we now enter into the Nikola Jokic era. We have been leaving the Golden State Warriors era with Steph Curry, although he's still got a lot to say about what will play out, but unless they get it together and get playing, it's not going to happen for them. But Nikola Jokic just doing a remarkable job playing against Miami. Wow. Miami, who, as unlikely a team as you'll ever see. Now, I went bald this year because I was scratching my head in that I could not figure out what the Miami Heat were doing. I mean, they couldn't seem to win a game. They barely even make the play-in, and then they struggle lose to Atlanta, and then they were going to lose to Chicago and have it be done with, but then they found their way, got hot as can be, and then they just destroyed the Eastern Conference. Milwaukee, the favorite coming into the tournament this year, NBA playoffs, and then New York and Boston. And each one of those teams, the Bucks, the Knicks, and the Celtics, the Heat were serious underdogs with no real clear path to victory other than having Pat Riley at the top, Eric Spoelstra there, leading the charge. What a phenomenal coach he is. And then you got Bam Adebayo, anchor in the middle. You got Jimmy Butler being at his best in the biggest moments of life. And then you've got all these little guys who just run around. Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, Caleb Martin, and then you've got Duncan Robinson. Who are these guys other than excellent basketball players who play a team game to win? And one of the great things about the Miami Heat with Pat Riley is that while professional sports today are players' leagues, players' games, in Miami, because of Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra's job is secure. His position is not under constant attack. When a player quits on Eric Spoelstra, when a player quits on the Miami Heat, they don't fire Eric Spoelstra. No, man, they get rid of that guy. They send him out into oblivion. And so now you've got this team, Denver, who's just so wonderful in terms of their style, in terms of their culture, their identity, all because of Nikola Jokic. And Jamal Murray has done a really good job in the games when he's super hot, but in the games when he's not hot and the defense is totally locked down, Jamal Murray has got to learn how to do more things other than just jack up shots here. But the edge that Denver has is that Nikola Jokic's passing ability to make his teammates the stars of the game. And what they did in game one, they opened the series. It was almost like Dead and Company coming out and opening the tour in Los Angeles at the Forum with, I'm going to tell you how it's going to be. My love for you will not fade away. And so they pounded it inside, the Denver Nuggets did. Got Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon going against undersized guys for the Miami Heat. But then in game two, Denver went away from that. They didn't even try it. It was like Kevin Love and the insertion of Kevin into the starting lineup. Bar, Baran. Help me, Rhonda. Help me get her out of my mind. And so here it was, Kevin Love coming in, and Denver totally went away. Now, maybe it was the overconfidence. Maybe it was losing the edge, because the greatest of champions, they know that every game, every series just keeps getting tougher and tougher. And just because you win one game at home, that means nothing. You've got to come out and play even better. And so with Miami taking control of this series and picking it up again tomorrow night in Miami, it's just going to be incredibly important for Denver not to let the Miami Heat play their game. Who's going to determine the terms of this conflict? And so with Denver having some of my favorite players in basketball, particularly Bruce Brown and Jeff Green, guys who come in off the bench, can they get going? Can Caldwell Pope do something and take it away from this Miami Heat team that plays fabulous as a unit, fabulous in terms of their style, their pressing, their defense, their rotations on both ends of the floor? And then you got Kyle Lowry, who's one of my favorite players ever. Now, one of the things about the luckiest guy in the world, ESPN 30 for 30 night, who would have ever thought? But I got Kyle Lowry and Bruce Brown in this series for opposing teams. Now, these guys are so reminiscent to me of two of my great teammates on the Portland Trail Blazers. Kyle Lowry is like Lionel Hollins. Lionel's bigger, Lionel's faster, Lionel's much more athletic, but both of them, what makes it so similar is that they do whatever it takes to win the games, and that's what this is all about. And then you got Bruce Brown, who is so much like Johnny Davis, who had 37 years in the NBA, 10 as a player, remarkable player, world champion, and then 27 years as a coach and a front office executive. And with Bruce Brown being able to come in for the Denver Nuggets and make it all happen, I'm just thinking of all these spectacular places. Now, yeah, South Florida, I mean, it's a lot different there than it is in California here. But, you know, I'm a West Coast guy, and I'm thinking about Colorado, and I'm thinking about that cool Colorado rain, and I'm thinking about Big Thompson Canyon and the Teddy Roosevelt National Forest. I'm thinking about Long's Peak. I'm thinking about being out there on the prairies east of Denver and seeing that majestic mountain, snow-capped so much of the time. Thinking about riding my bike up Lookout Mountain behind Golden, and then Idaho Springs, Red Rocks, the Arkansas River, Grand Junction. I've ridden my bike to all these places, the ski resorts, Breckenridge, Steamboat, Beaver Creek, Vail, Aspen with Maroon Bells, and Cathedral Rocks, Castle Rocks. I forget the name of it, but I have no memory out there. Copper Mountain, and then the Colorado Plateau, the Black Canyon of the Gunnison, Telluride. The Grateful Dead played there in tribute to Bill Graham, God rest his soul. Durango, Silverton, the great sand dunes. It looked to me as if in Game 2, Denver was running uphill into those sand dunes and not able to get it going here. The Pagosa Springs down in the south of central Colorado, and then Dinosaur, yes. Green River. When I think of all these places, I think of Nikola Jokic, because Colorado was one of the truly spectacular launching pads to the universe. Nikola Jokic, he's one of those guys who epitomizes all the different things that go into greatness in terms of defining and determining an era of basketball. And his ascension, Steph Curry has had control of the NBA for quite a few years now, but with the Golden State Warriors losing to Bob Myers and the future of so many of the guys up in the air there, it's going to be a roll of the dice to see how that all plays out for our beloved Warriors. Warriors. And when I was standing on the moon last night just thinking about how special it was, crimson, white, and indigo, all the different colors in the sky, and that is Nikola Jokic, because he can beat you in so many different ways. A historical, epic figure, unlike few, if any, before him. The guy who he reminds me the most of, yes, he has emulated Jack Sikma from the early days of big men shooting from the perimeter. Jack with the great release from behind his head. You could never get to that shot. Patrick Ewing, who established himself in the 90s as the best of the big guys in terms of a long-range shooter. And then Dirk Nowitzki, who completely changed everything for a man of his size, who could really fill it up. And Dirk's one-legged step back has been incorporated by so many different players here. Jamal Murray just does it absolutely beautiful. But Dirk Nowitzki was not a center. There was no aspect of Dirk's game that reminded you that he held the team together in the middle. And that's what Nikola Jokic does. But what happened then is, as the game of basketball evolved, was that there was this little guy. And I love the little fast guys, the quick guys who just against all odds being able to come in there. And we talk about now odds and the prevalence of the gambling, gaming, wagering, all this stuff. Be sure, before you jump into that game, be sure and read The Wizard of Odds, ODDS, by Charlie Rosen. Just a brilliant book. So much of it rolling into one here for what's going on today, even though the book was written 20 years ago. But when Steve Nash came into our world, and Steve Nash completely changed everything as this little tiny guy who wasn't fast, who couldn't jump high, who couldn't push anybody out of the way, Steve Nash completely controlled everything. And now you have evolution. Yes, I do believe in evolution. And here's now Nikola Jokic, who is Steve Nash in the body of a 7-footer, maybe even more. Who knows? And here he was able to let fly with that step-back three off 1 foot from behind his head, impossible to get to, nothing but net. In the lane, the runners, the floaters, the way that Steve Nash would just tease you. And watching Steve Nash, I've never, in all my life, all my years in basketball, 62 years in basketball, I've never oohed and awed. I've never reacted with more exclamation points than I did when I watched Steve Nash play basketball. And now Nikola Jokic is entering that realm right now. And all the different things that he does. And his mind, his sense. And I am privileged enough to know Joe Montana. I'm also privileged enough to have watched Joe Montana's film, Cool Under Pressure, and that is Nikola Jokic. And like Joe Montana, like Pele, like Magic, like Larry Bird, these guys, they just saw a different game. And that's what Nikola Jokic does out there on a constant basis. And so when Joe would just keep everybody off balance, Nikola is in the same exact position. And he's coming down, he's playing a totally different game, he's seeing things that haven't even begun to happen or develop yet. And then when Michael Porter or Aaron Gordon goes back door, when Caldwell Pope spots up at the three-point line, when Bruce Brown is just flying up and down the court and so explosive and so quick, when Jeff Green is doing his job, then Nikola, he can play his game and dominate and take this sport, this league, this world to uncharted territories out there, and it's all just coming together for him. And when I think about all the stuff that's gone down, and who knows who's going to win? Nobody knows. We can only think, we can only hope. And the fans who want one particular team to win, if they yell and cheer loud enough, I'm convinced that their team will win. But when I look back at the history of these two franchises and what Pat Riley did, taking over from Billy Cunningham, NBA 50, NBA 75, the leading guy who got this Miami franchise going. And then Pat Riley comes down and completely rebuilds it, retools it, and become this champion here. And it's so fantastic to see Alonzo Mourning and to see Bob McAdoo sitting side by side with Pat Riley all the time. And that sense of loyalty that drives it, the loyalty that we're all searching for in our lives, so that we realize and we believe truly that the effort it's going to take to get to the promised land is worth it. That's what the Denver Nuggets are trying to get. And I think back of Spencer Haywood, the original Denver Nugget ABA days, and please read his remarkable book by Scott Ostler, The Rise, the Fall, the Recovery. Your life will never be the same. But Spencer teaming up with Ralph Simpson, and then the arrival of David Thompson, who was just absolutely spectacular. Wonderful to see him in the crowd. Dan Issel, the Hall of Famer. Byron Beck, who was critical to the Nuggets in the 70s. Bobby Jones, an outstanding player. And then when we transitioned into the 80s, because in the 70s, the Nuggets could never get by the Blazers. They couldn't get by the Sonics. And then in the 80s, there was the Nuggets, even though they had Kiki Vandeweghe, even though they had Alex English, even though they had a lot of the great little guys that I love so much, Michael Adams, Pat Lever, Mike Evans, they could not get by the Lakers. And then in the 2000s, it was 2000. I mean, the 90s was all about Utah, Houston, and ultimately San Antonio. Dikembe, we really hope he's doing great there. LaFonso Ellis has just become an outstanding broadcaster, ambassador for the game. T.R. Dunn, one of my favorite players ever up there. And then I think to the coaches of this long-standing and struggling franchise, to get the Nuggets to the top of the mountain where they are right now. Mike Malone, I saw him at the All-Star game. He just does a particularly special job, but I don't think it's important or necessary to get on the referees. I don't think it's important to badmouth your own players. Just keep it positive, keep it upbeat, keep encouraging, keep nurturing, and the positive things that will happen. Just see what's happening with the Miami Heat right now. But when I think back to those great coaches in the history of the Denver Nuggets, Larry Brown, Doug Moe, Paul Westhead, be sure and read his Speed Game book, Mike D'Antoni, who saved basketball in the early 2000s from the grinding slow death that was taking over the league, Alex Hammond, the Hall of Famer, and then George Karl, who's still right there in the mix for everything good about the Denver Nuggets. So I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to play, and here we go.
Now he's ready to rock and he's ready to play. To our texter in the 650 who said, I'm putting it at over under 315 before Tom and Cubs get a question in. Then he texted right back now and said, well, we blew past the 315 mark That's about 19 minutes. That's not even half of the Bill Walton. I'd call it a conversation, but it's more a Bill Walton preach, and we do get some more of that coming your way at 3:50. 3:50 in about 35 minutes. We'll get you more Bill Walton coming your way the rest of that conversation. To all the texters who are checking in, with all due respect, does Bill ever take a breath? Somebody's saying he's on mushrooms. He's unusually coherent today is what everybody's checking in on. It's a special day. Luckiest Guy in the World, parts 1 and 2. The 30 for 30 on Bill Walton premiere tonight on ESPN. And make sure you continue to listen today for your cue to call. We are giving away 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair. That's coming up sometime soon. Bill Walton coming back at 3:50. We'll finish the conversation we have with Bill, get into more of the NBA Finals and more of the documentary. On the other side, a little bit on what's going on with Deebo Samuel. Did Deebo Samuel's contract negotiation ruin his season a year ago? He seemed to believe so when he spoke to the media today. We'll let you hear that. Matt Mayoko, and then more Bill Walton coming your way. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Bill Walton joins Tom Tolbert and myself this afternoon. Part 2 to come at 3:50. You can hear the full 45-minute podcast with Bill talking NBA, mountains, rivers, and everything in between. Trending on the all-new KNBR app.
All these people. Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How would you assess your season last year?
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. Yeah.
In what way?
Every aspect.
Do you consider that a little bit? Like, you just said every aspect, but did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us, and just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and like how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that, and I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Did you feel it as the season was going on, or was it not until you went back and watched it?
I was kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit for us, being in my routine that I normally be in for us the offseason, getting ready to play because, like I said, a lot of distractions was going on. But, I kind of felt it, but I was just, trying to will my way to help the team in every aspect possible.
Does it affect what your goals are for this season?
Oh, not at all.
That was Deebo Samuel. We're starting to get media from the 49ers who canceled the rest of their OTAs. Are going to go straight to minicamp into next week. And so a lot of the guys are meeting with the media. Deebo Samuel spoke today. We got some of that Kyle Shanahan we played for you earlier. I heard Nick Bosa spoke today. Talked a lot about Javon Hargrave and the addition of him and the depth on the defensive line. I thought this was interesting, and I kind of thought it was it's something that you like to hear from players that are elite caliber players and elite level players, especially on a team like this that has no other goal than winning a Super Bowl and probably more than just one. I mean, I think a lot of people within this organization and fans around it feel like maybe they should have had more than one in the window that they've had this level of talent. And I think there's a lot of confidence in this team going forward. However, Deebo coming off of his best career season 2 years ago, 2021, and then going into the offseason where he deleted all the 49er stuff from social media, held out so he could get the contract. And in that game, he did play, or in that season in 2021, 16 games. He actually led the league in yards per reception at 18.2, had 1,400 yards receiving back in 2021. Also, had 8 touchdowns on the ground, 365 yards rushing, averaged 22.5 yards a game. However, the 8 touchdowns were huge for him. Last year, had 21 fewer receptions, only had 600 yards receiving, did only play 13 games to the 16 from the year before, and didn't do as well on the ground, though did have 3 rushing touchdowns, didn't carry it as much either. He didn't stand out to me as like having a bad year. He certainly wasn't the same player he was the year before, but when you get the ball in his hands, I don't think there's any dispute that he's one of the most dangerous players in the league, and part of that to me is that other players on the team, well, part of it is you added Christian McCaffrey. That's going to change some stuff for you. The backfield looked different with Elijah Mitchell back there. You had 3 different quarterbacks under center with different cohesion and different chemistry with different receivers. Brandon Ayuk I thought had a really nice year. Juwan Jennings had a big season for them on third down. It just seemed like there were more weapons and they didn't need to rely on Deebo as much as they did 2 years ago. Also, Deebo became the number 1 running back for them like 2 years ago when the backfield had completely crumbled. So while the numbers weren't the same, I don't recall feeling like Deebo was underachieving, though he certainly didn't have as big of a year as he did 2 years ago.
I'm glad you went on for a little bit because it takes me a while to recalibrate my brain.
After Bill? Yeah, it's all good. I'm still just kind of in a fog waiting for 350 so we can hear the rest.
I'm trying to grasp 49ers and Deebo.
I was standing on the moon.
Tom, are you there? Hello?
It's basically what he said at the end. He was like, all right, now I'm ready to go.
Now I'm ready.
It's like, you talked for 19, Bill. You're good.
No, he's not.
No, now I'm ready.
We have more. Look, I would have never known it. I don't know. I always feel weird about when people say that after the fact. Like, I was out of shape last year. Why? You getting paid a lot of money to be in shape.
I like how you said the contract was a distraction. I was like, that was your fault. You did that. Exactly. Nobody made you hold out or delete everything from social. What's that about? Yeah, I wish it wasn't such a distraction last year. I kind of got in my way for prep. Like, you should have done it.
Well, it's interesting now because he's not, I won't say not as valuable, but they don't need him to do all the stuff that made him that valuable. Exactly. We talked about this before he signed his contract. Like, what makes him one of the best receivers in the game, maybe like top 3 or 4, is his versatility. Like, just as a receiver, he's probably top 10 top 8, whatever. He's still really good, and he's the best in the game with the ball in his hands. Like, once you get the ball in his hands, then he's just like dynamite. But like, he's really good, but what really elevated him and take him to that stratosphere was his ability to be a running back, and like a good running back, a running back you could count on. All the things that he can do kind of added into that. Well, now you got McCaffrey. So you don't need that. You don't really even need it at all, to be honest with you. As long as McCaffrey's healthy, he's the guy that's going to get those carries. He's the guy that catches the ball out of the backfield. So it's, again, I think this should be one of the best offenses in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me who has a better skill position players than Ayuk, who everyone's raving about this year. I thought he was really good last year.
So
if he's demonstrably better this year, wow. You have him, Kittle, Debo, and McCaffrey. I mean, does it get much better than that? I don't know that it does get better than that. I mean, Philadelphia is pretty impressive with their list of guys. I mean, their receivers, tight end, running back. Running back's not a name running back, but they have 2 or 3 guys, even though they lost with Sanders, I believe, left. They still got, I mean, they're really good, too. And then you probably put in the quarterback. He's above Brock. Kansas City. They got some really good skill position players, but Mahomes makes them better than they actually probably would be elsewhere. Like, this group the Niners have would be good anywhere. Anywhere in the league, you put them on a team, you'd be like, damn, that's a really solid group of dudes right there.
So, Tom, I found back in March, Sports Illustrated did this. They put together they ranked their top position groups. They've got the Niners at number 1. McCaffrey, Debo, Kittle, and Ayuk are number 1. Number 2, they go Eagles. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Quez Watkins. Bengals, they go number 3. That's pretty good. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Ty Boyd, Joe Mixon. 4, they go Dolphins, Tyreek, Waddle, Raheem, and Jeff Wilson Jr. By the way, 2 of those guys were on the Niners, like within the last 2 seasons, which is hysterical. Vikings are another one. Justin Jefferson, Dalvin Cook, Hawkinson, and KJ Osborne. But yeah, I got the Niners above all those. Yeah, then they go the Raiders at 6. I'd go the Niners above. But by the time you get to 6, 7, you're kind of grasping. When you're saying Sky Moore and like Marquez Valdez-Scantling or number 8 with the Chiefs, I think you're really leaning on Patrick Mahomes there more than the skill position groups. I'm with you. Yeah, number 1.
Yeah, and that, I mean, there's no reason if the line is good. They got some new guys this year, but if the line holds up. And the line, if the line's like top 10 line, doesn't even have to be a top 5 line, top 10 line. And Purdy proved last year that he's a quick decision maker. Like, he understands the offense, where to go with the ball, all that kind of stuff. I still think this is an offense that should average 28 points a game. It shouldn't be like last year. There were times. And it was early in Purdy's tenure, or maybe when Garoppolo was there, or Lance was there. They won far too many games, like 17-13.
Yeah,
like they just shouldn't be winning games like that. They have had a tendency to kind of throttle down instead of just go for the jugular the entire game. Like that's one thing. I would love to see, and I love Shanahan, but I would love to see him be more aggressive. Just like, you know what, 14-3, let's take some chances and make it 21-3, 28-3. Like let's just rip their jugular out.
Yeah.
Let's just go for it every.
Well, they did with Purdy in the second half. We saw that a lot.
Yeah, we did, and I want to see that the entire season because they have the skill set to be able to do those sort of things, and they have the defense to back them up. Hey, you make a mistake. You know, I know you're up 14-3, and you're thinking, God, our defense is really good, and our running game is really good. We could just shut this thing down, and it's okay to win 17-10, 17-13. But then a turnover late in the fourth quarter, or the offense stalls a little bit, and all of a sudden, like, you're in a game, like that New Orleans game last year. It's like, what the hell are these guys doing in this game? Like, there were times teams that had no business being in the game were in the game, and I just think they have that type of team where they could just, a lot of teams, they could just demolish. And then if you're demolishing them, keep demolishing them. Don't let your foot off the gas. Just run these dudes out of the building.
That's what they did a lot in the second half last year because they had a quarterback who was capable of it. He was throwing with Brock down near the goal line. And then you had the bruiser. Remember we had the game with Elijah Mitchell where we're like, dude, do not run out of bounds. There was that one play up the sideline. We're like, that could have been crucial, man. Might have been the Dallas game or the Seattle game late in the year.
I think it was Dallas.
Might have been the Dallas game where
I think you're right.
They're trying to grind it out, and you were like, man, if things hadn't gone well after that, that could have been a play where we're going, this guy, total mental mistake. Anyway, Niners have the makings of the number one best skill position group in the NFL. All right, everybody still catch your breath. A little cleansing of the palate here. We're going to talk to Matt Mayoko on the other side about what's going on with this Brock Purdy situation. Deebo Samuel saying he was awful last year, but it sounds more and more like there is no QB competition heading into the season. We'll talk to Matt, and then you will get your final segment of the Bill Walton interview, our nice conversation.
That's why you don't play defense with your face.
With the Hall of Famer who will join us again at 3:50. Matt Mayoko talking Deebo and the Niners, and then your final Bill Walton hit 440. Giants pregame at Stolbert and Copes on a Tuesday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We do it every week. Catch up with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Last week, he said we were keeping him company as he was leaving the 49ers facility. I wonder if it was us or if it was Bill Walton keeping him company this time. What's going on, Matt? How are you, man?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. I'm doing well, Tom. I'm doing well, Copes. You asked me how I'm doing. I woke up this morning, and I asked myself the same question. I looked at the calendar. This was originally scheduled to be 49ers OTAs, but it's 49ers minicamp. And as I'm driving to Santa Clara, I'm looking up at the skies above me, and I have to turn on the windshield wiper because it starts to rain. The hills that I drive through are usually golden this time of year, but today I saw a hint of green. And to me, rain, green, it symbolizes rebirth. And when I got to Santa Clara, I looked out there on the practice field. What did I see? I see the three quarterbacks out there. The one guy I didn't see, Brock Purdy. But you know what? The rebirth is taking shape right now. He had the elbow injury, of course, in the NFC Championship game. We all remember that. And now he's on the road to recovery. This is week 2 of a 3 times a week throwing program. There's been no timetable, but Kyle Shanahan is very optimistic about where things are going. And then I also look, when we talk about rebirth, I'm thinking about Deebo Samuel. You know, we saw it last year. We saw that he had a very unique offseason. We don't know exactly what happened, but we do know that he asked for a trade. And then we also saw that he wasn't quite as productive during the 2022 season as he was in 2021. And we ask ourselves, why is this? Well, today, Debo answered that question. He says that when he watches himself, watch the film, sit down, he grinds it, he sees that he was, quote, awful. What does that mean? He says all aspects of the game. He and Kyle Shanahan talked about this. And so this is something where it shows an awareness of what he should be, the awareness of what he's been in the past, an awareness and an expectation of what he wants to be in the future. And to me, this is important because when you think about a guy on this kind of team with so many other big, high-priced players on it, Debo Samuel, this year, it's an important year for him. His cap figure goes from $8 million this year to $28 million next year. So what does that tell you? It almost as if Kyle Shanahan is lighting a fire under him. And will the 49ers, do they feel the pressure to see something from Debo Samuel in order for him to stay on the team? I know that's absolutely sacrilegious to be thinking about the 49ers without Debo Samuel, but you have to wonder if a guy has that much money devoted to him and he didn't do the things that they expected, the things that he expects, then what does that mean for the future, especially when you have a guy like Brandon Ayuk who is out there doing very well on the practice field, doing the things that they expect a top-flight wide receiver to do. And then, of course, there's Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa does his thing in the off-season where he goes to Florida, he works out hard, he comes back. The 49ers never have to worry about him being in the kind of shape that they expect one of the top defensive players in the nation to be under. Nick Bosa is now up for a contract, much the same way that George Kittle was 3 years ago, Fred Warner was 2 years ago, and Debo Samuel was last year. And so Bosa has no qualms about where he is. He's not concerned. He believes that he will get the kind of contract that he deserves. And so he shows up in a good mood. And so what I'm saying, guys, is basically I am ready to have this interview begin.
Bravo, Matt Mayoko. Bravo, dude. That's as good of a Bill Walton open as we've ever. I mean, that without doing a Bill Walton impression, like the content was spot on. And
now go
I've got
15
nothing else.
more minutes.
Yeah. And by the way, you only did about 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I could have gone on for a few more minutes, but I was like, you know what? This is exhausting.
You gave all information too. That was the problem. Is you gave us all like actual information.
Yeah.
You did give us some rebirth, which was good, but you didn't. At one point, I think you'll hear this in part 2 of Bill Walton coming up in about 10 minutes with us. I believe he talks about standing on the moon last night, thinking about the colors, the indigos, and then somehow got to Nikola Jokic. So. You've got some way to go, but that was impressive, man. Well done, Matt.
Fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was. I mean, are you going to give a spoiler alert? I know, I'll be hanging on the edge of my seat for part 2. But do we ever hear your voices?
Oh yeah,
you'll hear Tom's. I don't think I say anything until it's all over. I think okay. At one point, I think before the interview started, Tom said, "Yeah, Adam's my partner." And Bill said, "We don't need partners. Let's save it for the air." And then he just started going, and that was it. I was like, "Yeah, he's right. You don't need me. You don't need me, Bill. You got here yourself."
Nice. Well, this might be the easiest work day you two have ever had.
Yeah. Anytime you have Bill on, it always is. You wind him up, let him go.
Till we get that Giants rain delay in about an hour and a half, then we get some work to do.
Also, very smart of you to do the interview taped rather than live.
Yes, you know what? We've done it live before, and it was awesome. Tim didn't enjoy it as much as we did. I think he liked it a lot, but he had headaches coming out of it.
He was stressed, yeah.
I figured this is the perfect way. We finally figured out this is the perfect way to do Bill. You record it, and then you just 2-part it, or even 3-part it if you have to. 250, 350, 450. As long as Bill wants to go, you let him go, and then you figure it out afterwards. And you don't have to worry about it if you record it beforehand.
Yeah, and you can also cut out like 20-minute chunks of it, and no one would ever know the difference.
It would all flow the same.
I would, though.
It would flow the exact same.
You would.
I will give you this spoiler for anybody listening. We are going to play the other Bill Walton in about 10 minutes or so here. He does have a great story about like an interaction and a conversation he had with John Wooden, who came to like recruit him at his house, and it's incredible to hear firsthand account of like a conversation with John Wooden. So there's some really good stuff coming up on the other side. Matt, I feel like I'm obliged to get at least one question into you. Tom and I were talking earlier about the Brock Purdy news, and Kyle's like, there's no real update. And so we were all anticipating, maybe a competition or who could start week one. If Brock is healthy, and you were projecting or saying yesterday that it sounds like maybe August 20th, he could be cleared for football activities, which is about 3 weeks before week one. If he's healthy, it sounds to me like there would not be a competition. It would be his job, right?
Yeah, here's my take on it. And the reason I brought up the August 20th is that, if you stick to the original timeline, no one with the 49ers has said August 20th.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, the 12-week window or 3-month window, that was like 3 months after surgery, he could start throwing the football. And then 3 months after that, theoretically cleared. And so the actual 3-week or 3-month window for starting to throw opened about 5 days earlier than the original time frame. So he had the surgery on a Friday. That last Friday would have been 12 weeks. Instead, he started throwing on Monday. So now, if you project out 3 months or 12 weeks, it gives him plenty of time. For full medical clearance, it gives him plenty of time to be ready for the start of the regular season. We're talking almost 3 weeks before the start of the regular season. When you look at what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have said about the quarterback situation, Brock Purdy in particular, the reason Brock Purdy is, quote-unquote, the leader in the clubhouse or the presumptive starter or whatever you want to call him, and leader in the clubhouse is what John Lynch has repeatedly called him. The reason is because they've seen it. They've seen him do it in games. And Kyle Shanahan said that he has no doubt that Trey Lance could have done a lot of the same things that Purdy did if he had had that opportunity by playing games, playing in 8 games in a row or whatever. So when you look at what they've said and how they've said it, it basically tells you, it tells you that the reason Brock Purdy is the leader in the clubhouse is because of how he played. So it wouldn't make any sense that anybody would be able to leapfrog him on the depth chart based on how they practice. So that's why I think that if he's cleared, if he's ready to go, I don't think there's any doubt that Brock Purdy will be the starter.
It's an exciting prospect that could be happening as early as week one. And if not, we've still got some story to follow in terms of Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and who would slot in behind. And again, plans always work out the way you draw them up in preseason for football, Matt. Nothing ever gets thrown in to mix you up. Do you have a Grateful Dead favorite song on the way out you want to acknowledge just before we get back to our Bill Walton interview?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at myself in the mirror as I'm driving, and I see more than a touch of gray.
Beautiful. Nicely done, Matt. As our texter Mike checks in, he says, Matt had what I call a Bill Cosmic filibuster, and he did a nice job. So nice Cosmic. And how long do you have before you're home? Because I want to make sure you can hear the whole Bill Walton, but you might have to drive out to Sac or something.
Oh, trust me. If I'm in the driveway, I will be remaining in the driveway until that thing is over.
Good deal,
so
Matt.
You got me. I'm a captive audience at this point.
Well, you put a cherry on top of all of it, dude. Well done. Great open to your interview. That was a lot of fun. I'm sure we'll see some of that pop up on KNBR.com in the next couple of days. We'll talk to you soon, Matt. Thanks so much.
Okay, sounds great, guys. Thank you.
All right, from one Matt Mayoka Cosmic Filibuster back to the legend. Bill Walton, his 30 for 30 premieres tonight. The luckiest guy in the world premieres on ESPN. We gave you part 1 of the interview. Believe it or not, part 2 even longer than part 1. Coming your way on the other side. The Hall of Famer, Bill Walton, joins us to wrap up his interview. You can hear the entire thing on KNBR.com, but we'll play part 2 for you next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Bill Walton joins Tom Tolbert and myself this afternoon. Part 2 to come at 3:50. You can hear the full 45-minute podcast with Bill talking NBA, mountains, rivers, and everything in between. Trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman, managing attorney of Kugelman Law. You have any tax issues at all? Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if you forgot or life just got in the way. You know how life just gets in the way sometimes. You have a tragedy you need to take care of. A school, something needs to take care of. Just whatever happens, sometimes you need to allocate your funds differently and you don't have the resources for your taxes, and then you get behind, and then the interest, the vig, the juice, as I like to call it, starts adding up. Once that bill starts rolling, it's hard to get it right. Give Alex Kugelman a call. Set up a consultation. He will give you a clear and concise plan. It's like a blueprint. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's the light at the end of the tunnel. Here's how you get through it. I mean, I just got my taxes done. No tax issues, just taxes. And I talked to him for like 10, 15 minutes. I felt like I was over-prepared. So I know if you have an issue, you are going to be more than prepared. No more wondering what's in the mailbox. No more wondering who's on the other end of the line or who's knocking at the door. IRS is not going away. They will always be there. Take that first step to putting your tax issues behind you and schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 at 680, the sports leader.
All right. Conversation with Bill Walton continues. We played about 20 minutes of it for you earlier today. If you missed any of the first part, you're going to want to go back and hear it. It's all up on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. Believe it or not, we still got about 25 minutes of Bill Walton coming your way. The interview opened with Tom just saying, how are you? And Bill talked for 20 minutes, and then he said, all right, now I'm ready to get going. This one opens. Tom actually was able to get a question in. Here's part 2 of our conversation with the Hall of Famer, Bill Walton.
Tom,
let me ask you, Bill. You're so positive, and no one loves basketball. No one loves life more than you do. And I want to ask you about your special.
I'm alive,
I do want to ask you about something.
And you still take my calls.
What advice, if you had a chance to talk to Ja Morant, what advice would you give him?
I would tell him to start visiting with people who are really up against things and understand the privilege that it is. When I was lucky enough to be recruited by UCLA, I'm the luckiest guy in the world, Tom. Greatest parents, greatest coaches, greatest teachers. And when I was coming up, and basketball was the easiest part of my life. And so academics were second. My challenges have been orthopedic health, 39 orthopedic operations, and then my speech impediment. And so when I was coming up, everybody was always super nice and super encouraging and helpful to me. And when I was first being recruited, while UCLA was the first team to ever contact me through Denny Crum, all the other coaches quickly followed, and they were making these most outlandish promises in the world. I mean, forget NIL. I mean, this was just out of control. Let your imagination run wild. And I used to think I had a vivid imagination, but then I got out a little bit more. And then John Wooden walked into my life, and I was 15 years old, and he came to the house. And he said, Bill, Mr. and Mrs. Walton, I know what the other schools and teams are promising you. That's not the way life works. There's no guarantees out there. The only thing that I can promise you is that I'm going to give you a chance to be a part of something special. But to be a part of something special, that's a privilege, and you have to earn that every single day. Being a part of the NBA is a privilege. And now, Coach Wooden, I constantly battled with John Wooden, and his closing comment in every disagreement that we had for 43 years. His closing argument was always, Bill, it's all fine and good that you think that way, but I'm the coach here, and while we've enjoyed having you, we're going to miss you. And so, and like the players on the Miami Heat, nobody ever thought that John Wooden was going to leave. None of these, all these guys on Miami, they don't think Eric Spoelstra is going to get fired. No. And so you realize quickly what a privilege it is to be a part of something special like the NBA. And so we hope that Ja gets it together. Most of the guys do, but not everybody. And so we're just really pulling for the guy, and the decisions that we make in life, the choices, and just think of in terms of the basketball game. And Nikola Jokic, he's got that ball in his hands, and the fate of the known world, the fate of the Denver Nuggets, the fate of the NBA championship is in his hands, and he's going to have the ball more than anybody. And the choices he makes, who he's going to pass it to, when he's going to pass it, where he's going to pass it, whether he's going to shoot, whether he's going to dribble, whether he's going to play back to the basket, whether he's going to play facing the basket. These are all choices. These are all decisions. Years ago, I decided that I wanted to be the happiest guy in the world. I wanted to be the luckiest guy in the world. And that dream has come true. And it's been a long, strange trip down so many roads, and all the different things that have gone wrong in my life. None of them were conscious decisions to do the wrong thing. And so as John Morant, who has grown up in a culture that is not the culture that I live in or want to be a part of or have grown up in. And I'm just not. Guns and gambling are not my thing, and so we are pulling for this young man, this dynamic talent, and we'll see. But ultimately, it's going to be his realization as to who he's hanging out with. I choose to be on the bright side of the road.
Yeah.
I've been on the dark end of the.
Yeah, you mentioned, I wanted to ask you about getting back to Jokic. I figured you wouldn't bring this person up when comparing Jokic to other players. You mentioned Nowitzki and Nash. You didn't mention yourself. I always think of you when I think of Jokic. What similarities do you see there?
That's for other people to talk about. I don't talk about myself.
Okay, what do you think the similarities are? Because I see them.
Nikola Jokic, what a shooter. I mean, incredible. And then he steps to the free throw line. And then, Jimmy Butler, that guy can make free throws. He could have stood there in that game that they lost in the Derek White tip-in at the buzzer. He could have made 1,000 straight free throws. I feel the same way with Nikola Jokic. I mean, that's how great his stroke was. And a couple of guys on the international level that remind me, first of all, with Nikola Jokic, he's a positionless player. And don't think of the center as a position. Think of it as a concept, which is the guy that holds it all together. And whether that's Bill Kreutzmann of the Grateful Dead, who's now retired and has stopped and is enjoying his life to the fullest. Jay Lane has done a great job of stepping in the unbelievable pressure. I mean, I had the privilege of following Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at UCLA. It was not a seamless follow, but that was my goal and that was my dream. And I remember getting to UCLA, and I had worn number 33 in high school because of Kareem. And I get there, Wooden says to me, okay, he's passing out the jerseys. Hey, man, what's your number? I said, I'm number 33. And he looked at me and said, that's been taken. And he tossed me number 32. And so here's a couple of guys who the predecessors to Nikola Jokic coming from the international scene, because Hakeem is the greatest international player. I mean, yes. But that guy, oh my goodness! But to see Krestimir Kosic play in the 60s and the 70s from Yugoslavia, which is where Serbia now comes from, to see Arvydas Sabonis play. I mean, yes. These guys are just absolutely spectacular players. And Boris Diaw, not as big as Kosic, not as big as Sabonis, but Boris Diaw, I mean, he controlled things. No flash, no flair, just substance on a constant basis. And I'm not sure, Tom, if you've seen the Tony Parker movie that's on Netflix. There is a Tony Parker movie out there. I want you to watch this and share it with your fan base and your universe, because this movie is so special about what these guys have gone through, the totally different culture and world that they grow up in, and now with globalization, which I'm a supporter of, it's getting more similar and more of the same for everybody growing up. But it wasn't like Nikola Jokic was Wilt growing up. It wasn't like Nikola was Kareem growing up. It wasn't like he was Krestimir Kosic, who it was a very young guy, or Sabonis. Sabonis was the second greatest 19-year-old player that I've ever seen. I didn't see Wilt or Oscar or Elgin or Bob Pettit or Bill Russell at 19, but all the rest of them who were in that category, in that conversation, I saw them all. And Kareem was the greatest, and then right behind him was Arvydas Sabonis, and then Arvydas got hurt, and things changed in his career. And now you got Nikola Jokic, who comes up a little bit slower of a start, not really realizing what it's like out there for him. But then when he comes in and is a positionless player, like the truly great ones, I don't call Steph Curry a guard. I call him a basketball player. And so this is what Nikola Jokic does, who happens to have this incredible, remarkable, spectacular body, not the same body of a Wilt or a Hakeem, but tall, powerful, able to extend the boundaries of what he's capable of covering. And now you've got this totally new dynamic where players are going to emulate him. And, I've always loved the passing game. The guys who just dribble, and then shoot with 9 other guys standing around there. That's not for me. I love give and goes. I love back cuts. I love team games, screens for other players without the ball. And that's one of the reasons why I love the way Miami plays. Denver, when they're at their best, they play that way. But Miami is able to make you look awful. They did it to Milwaukee and Giannis. They did it to New York and Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson, and they did it to Boston and all the guys that they had on their team. And by the end of those series, you looked at the Celtics, the Knicks, and the Bucks. You said, well, these guys don't even belong on the same court with Miami. And it was just such a wonderful story. And Miami, their player development, their skill level, and these guys are in fabulous physical condition. They bring Haywood Highsmith deep off the bench, and he comes in and lights everybody up whenever he plays. Caleb Martin, oh my gosh, Gabe Vincent from Merced or Modesto, and then Stockton, and then Santa Barbara, and Max Strus, and just wonderful stories all around. But Nikola Jokic, he's the guy who's got the ultimate story, and now the pressure is on him to get it done and take it back. And that's really, really hard to do.
No doubt about it. Hey, let me ask you this: we got I gotta get your special. Your special. It's starting tonight. 30 for 30. Luckiest guy in the world. The only disappointing part is it's only 4 parts. We're hoping for 8 parts. We're gonna get 4 parts. So we're hoping for double that.
That was my recommendation too. But I'm not in charge.
What do you think? What do you hope people will take away from this?
That I am the luckiest guy in the world, and that I've led a privileged life, and to be a part of so many of the greatest teams in the history of basketball. UCLA, I started there 53 years ago. The records still stand to this very day. Portland Trailblazers, the youngest team in the history of the NBA to ever win the championship, but and how the Warriors. I think know now how fleeting and how fragile everything is. I mean, they were turned away at the door this year. The games were great and close at the end, but the Lakers were better. And I was stunned to see that the Warriors had only beaten the Lakers one time in franchise history in the playoffs, and that was when Rick Barry in '67 got them all the way to the finals before losing to the Celtics. And or did they lose to Philadelphia that year? I can't remember.
That's a great question.
'67 would have been Philadelphia with Wilt, and so. But I also got to play on the Boston Celtics, and I've also been, a member of the Grateful Dead. As the Grateful Dead, as they move through on this remarkable tour, it's all just rolling towards San Francisco and the baseball park. What's it called now? Oracle, the baseball park.
Yes.
Yeah. So and the world will converge with an opportunity. As we had a privilege to watch Steph Curry. As we had a privilege to watch Andrew Wiggins last year, who was the second best player in the world during the finals a year ago. Klay Thompson, who spectacular comeback at what he has been able to do. And he should not be so negative on himself, Klay, because he cannot do what at one point he could. That's called getting older. And it gets harder and it gets worse. But what he can do, and that's the challenge for Klay, is to be happy with what he can do. And there are so many things that I cannot do anymore. But, hey, man, I still have my feet. I still have my hands. I can still walk. I can still ride my bike. I can still go in the pool. I can still go in the weight room. I can play the piano. I can play the drums. I can read a book and focus on the things that you can do. And with Denver trying to get this back, can focus on just how good Michael Porter is, for how tall that dude is and the stroke that he has from the perimeter. Aaron Gordon, just a gift from the gods. I mean, he looks like Vulcan's anvil from the bottom of the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon, and he should just be destroying people out there. Nikola is doing it, but you cannot do it alone. Nobody makes it to the top alone. And then when Jamal Murray, if his shot's not going down, what else is he doing out there? Let's go. And, it's a team game, and you do everything possible. And, I love the way that Eric Spoelstra keeps dealing with all the pressures here. All he does, he just keeps brushing everything aside, from the reporters' questions to the challenges to what his strategy is and what he's doing. He says, look, we've got to get this done, and we're not here to make excuses. We're not here to whine and complain. We're here to find a game. And that's what Bam has done. Bam has found a game. Now, it's a different game, totally different game, but it's an effective game, and they're in control, and they're headed to it. And so to be a part of all these special moments that I've had, and the efforts that Steve James has made to capture this, and with the Grateful Dead providing the soundtrack. Now, I was not the guy who decided on the songs. Now, I'm a Deadhead, and I've been a Deadhead since I was 15 years old. And so as this thing, we're working together and trying to come together as a team, and all the different challenges you always have with the group dynamics of different people, different personalities, different agendas. And I'm trying to explain to him, who I am and what I am and what the Grateful Dead's all about. And he kept telling me, he said, I got this, Bill. I got this. And then when the parts that I've seen, I didn't pick the music, but it's still the Grateful Dead playing. And so I just want to thank all the people who were so nice and sacrificed so much of their time to work so hard. And then because, this has been a years-long project, because, we got started, and then COVID happened, and then COVID just shut everything down for a long, long time. And then other people's challenges, so many of the people in my life have passed on. And my mom got into it. She was there at the beginning, although she had no idea what was going on. We just walked in on her one day at the family home, but then because of the challenges of time and everything else, in terms of limitations, some of the most important people in my life only made the director's cut, and that would be Mickey Hart and Lenny Wilkins and Danny Ainge. And so as opposed to, being right in there, right in the meat of them, which I was hoping for, because I kept giving them lists, endless lists. He says, I got this, Bill, I got this. And, it's always dangerous when someone else has control of the narrative, when someone else has the control of your story. But I'm hopeful. I'm privileged. I'm honored. I'm excited. Hopeful. I am the luckiest guy in the world.
Hey, we can't wait to watch it. It's going to be incredible. One last, I got to ask you this. I've never asked you this.
I wish it had been long. I wish it had been longer, and I wish it had been more about my teammates and my friends, because
we want more about you, and we want it longer.
They're the reason why and who I am.
It all works together, Bill. You know that, just like a band.
It all rolls into one. I'm a team guy. I'm a team guy, and I love I love the Denver Nuggets team notions, and Miami, they're living the team right now. This is, and then what's really special about Miami, and I have no idea who's going to win. And I know everybody on both teams, and Pat Riley and I go back to when I was 14 years old, and he came to San Diego as the number one pick for the San Diego Rockets, now the Houston Rockets, and could not have been nicer. And he married a girl from my high school. And now she wasn't in high school when he married her, but that it was just fantastic to see all these guys come together. And but with Jimmy Butler, Miami has a guy who you can just give the ball to, and he can win the game. He is really dynamic in the biggest of moments. And as pressure mounts, now Jamal Murray, he's got signs of that, but he's also there's this last game. I mean, that was not his best. But when he gets going, when he's on fire.
At all.
No.
Hey, I got to ask you real quick before we let you go. You're down in San Diego. When's the last time you went to the world famous San Diego Zoo?
We live right next door to the zoo.
Do you really?
And, we live right next door. We've been here.
You
for
are the
44
luckiest
years.
guy in the world.
No, it's fantastic. San Diego, yeah. The San Diego has changed, and I'm going to keep it positive. I'm going to keep it upbeat. And one day, Tom, we'll talk about the challenges that our city faces, which are very much like those challenges that San Francisco is facing right now. And KNBR 680 on your dial, man. I just the ability to deliver the message of hope, the message of we can get this done. The real frustrating thing for me is that people, we have problems. We have problems here in Balboa Park. We have problems in San Diego. The people who can do something about those problems, they won't. And I can't think of anything that's worse than that, because I'm a man of action. I'm not a man of sitting around talking about myself, promoting myself. I'm a man of, let's make things better. And that's what, Eric Spoelstra has shown that to the utmost limit. And now, Michael Malone is doing an excellent job there, building that team, getting them together. And one of the things that I love so much about Denver is that they got three of their top 7 guys, that their careers were over because early on, because of health injuries and health challenges. Michael Porter with his back, he's had at least 3 major back surgeries. Every back surgery is a major one. Jamal Murray tears up his knee the way that Klay Thompson tore up his knee. And Jamal Murray is back. Jeff Green, who was on his way to a phenomenal, unbelievable, indescribable career of success, they discover a heart problem, defect, and he has to have heart surgery, and his career's over. But they've all made it back. They've made it back to the game that they love, to be a part of something special, the privilege. Hello, Ja. And from the dark end of the street to the bright side of the road. Listen to the music play and listen to John Mayer just tear this up, man. I was listening to what Doug's.net and Brad Serling do in terms of bringing us all these shows every night. And then they got the halftime guests that Gary Lambert and David Gans interview with these remarkable stories of years gone by. And then, John Mayer comes out at the start of the second set the other night. I think it was in Raleigh, where talk about it all rolling into one. Raleigh, where North Carolina State is, David Thompson, whose team the Denver Nuggets are in. David was at the game the other night, and David he was so good he could have made our college team. But John Mayer comes out and opens the second set in Raleigh with Sugary and started it just like really slow. So many roads and Sugary. Please forget you knew my name. And then they just built it up and built it up and built it up. And it was just so over the top. I had to keep playing. I had to call Lori in from her desk and say, you got to listen to this right now. And it's really the same way with these games being played out right now. I am the luckiest guy in the world. Denver, Miami, Tom Tolbert, KNBR 680 is all right here. Let's go. More.
Tonight.
That's what I wanted. More. Longer.
Tonight. Longer. More, Bill. And we need longer. Tonight, ESPN, the luckiest guy in the world. 2 parts tonight, 2 parts next week. I can't wait to dig into it tonight. Bill, you are a treasure. I always love having you on. I love your perspective on things. Like I said, you're the most positive guy I know. You love life. You love basketball as much as anybody I know, and I just love that. Love that about you, and I love that you're here.
I love Tom Tolbert, and I love the Golden State Warriors, and I wish the best for them. But time moves on, and the NBA is like the Colorado River, man. It doesn't wait; it just keeps right on pushing. The Colorado River, I mean, that thing is so strong. It pushed through all those mountains. It cut all that dirt and all that sandstone, all that rock away, but the Vishnu schist right at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, man. It's sitting there. I don't know how long it's going to take to break through the Vishnu schist and see what's below that. It might just be lava. It might just be nothing but hot, boiling cauldrons of lava ready to come up the same way. Is it going to be Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, Jeff Green, Bruce Brown, Michael Porter, Aaron Gordon, Caldwell Pope, or will it be Bam Adebayo? How many guys named Bam do you know? Kevin Love, help me, Rhonda. Jimmy Butler, Gabe Vincent, what a stroke. Max Strus goes 0 for 10 and then comes out and hits his first his first 3 threes in game 2. And then Caleb Martin gets put to the bench and still comes in. No whining, no complaining. What can I do to help the team win? Cody Zeller doing whatever he can. And then Kyle Lowry, man. That guy, he wins the games. That's Lionel Hollins. That's Tom Tolbert, who wins in the game of life. Thanks for having me. Thanks for allowing me to be the luckiest guy in the world. Yeah, here we go. Lori's still here. Now that is as unlikely a story as you'll ever find. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Love you, Tom.
Love you, Bill.
KNBR, love San Francisco. Oracle, July 14th, 15th, and 16th. The baseball field downtown San Francisco. Dead and Company. The final tour. Standing on the moon. While it's a lovely view from heaven, I'd rather be with you. Be with you.
Thank you, Bill. Bill just...
He's gone. That was it. There you go, dude. That was it. That was a goodbye. Unbelievable. Dude just hung up at the end. Oh, heaven is beautiful, but I'd rather be with you. I don't know, man.
Be with you.
I'm all lathered up. Everybody's feeling stoned, a little bit foggy. I tweeted out, I said, I think pot smokes Bill Walton. I think that's how that works, man. Bill Walton, one of a kind. We got a little bit more we got to get to. We've got Giants updates coming your way on the health. A lot of guys coming off the IL. Pregame coming up in about 40 minutes from Colorado. We'll get you the health updates, and we'll try to wrap up, put a bow on this Bill Walton thing. That was a blast, man. 45 minutes of Bill Walton. If you missed it, it's all available on KNBR.com. 302 says, I need you guys to replay that interview 10 more times. We would not do a show if we played it 10 more times. And then Matt Mayoko chipping in with his best Bill Walton. So much great stuff. All-time show today. Pre-game in 20 minutes. We'll get you the injury updates for the Giants. Jock back, Tyro back, and who else is back today? Is that it? Just those two? We'll get you those updates next on the Sports Leader. The Giants open a 3-game set against division rival, the Colorado Rockies. The first 3 against the Rockies this season. First pitch at 5:40 tonight. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Summer right around the corner. For me, it started. It has. You got people over the house, not kids anymore, but people over the house. But everyone's on a device. Kids, people, and everyone's hanging around my house during summertime. If that's your summer, and you got younger kids, and kids are always coming over, hanging out, you know they're going to be on their devices, or they're going to want to go into the bedroom and play Call of Duty or something like that. You just want to make sure Wi-Fi is not lagging. If it's lagging, that means there's whining. If there's whining, that means that you're losing. You don't want that. With Xfinity, you don't have to worry about it. 10G worth of speed, power, and reliability. Your summers are going to be what your summers should be like. Relaxing. Everyone having a good time. Everyone taken care of. Wi-Fi not even an issue. That's the way I like my summers going. And now, through June 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit Xfinity internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with certain bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, fees, extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet services. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love having blazing fast, ultra reliable Wi-Fi, you will love Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Giants baseball coming your way. We're about 13 minutes from pregame from Colorado. Could be some rainy, stormy, thunder, stuff going like that in Colorado this week. So we'll keep you apprised of any of the weather updates. But we'll have pregame for you in about 10 minutes. Some roster moves for the Giants is we'll see how long they stay healthy this time. They finally got their roster back on the field, looks like, for what they were hoping to have this year. Jock Peterson is returning from his rehab assignment. He's been reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Tyro Estrada also reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Bryce Johnson was optioned to AAA after postgame on Sunday. Brett Wisely optioned to AAA. Matt Beatty has cleared waivers and has elected free agency. So Giants have what looks like a full lineup and roster for tonight. Michael Conforto is also back in there with the heel injury. So, Tom, we saw this about a month ago, and we were like, man, for that week or so where they had gotten everybody back, Haniger came back, Yaz had come back, seemed like they had gotten their full lineup on the field, and then it all kind of went away. Then we got Casey Schmidt up, Patrick Bailey. Now I'm even more intrigued than I was the first time around because two different guys are here than we anticipated at the start of the year. So it wasn't just about, like, getting Joey Bart back behind the plate. It's about having a lineup like we're seeing today, which includes Lamont Wade Jr. at the top, Tyro Estrada bats second, Jock Peterson hits third, J.D. Davis hits fourth, Conforto hits fifth, Haniger hits sixth, Yaz hits seventh, Bailey does the catching and hits eighth. No Casey Schmidt today. It's going to be Brandon Crawford, who does have some success in his career, has hit a homer off of Dinelson Lamet, who is the starter today for the Rockies. So interesting. We've got a healthy lineup. It's intriguing. Week into June.
And Lamet has been, let's just say, not good.
It's only his second start of the year, but he is not the guy we saw in San Diego. Like, he is not he was the San Diego Padre, wasn't he? Or was he a Brewer? Was
Correct.
He a Padre, is that right?
He was a Padre.
Okay,
yes.
But he was a flamethrower. He was tough for a minute. He put together a handful of good starts, and now I don't know if they're doing, like, the spot start thing with him where, like Sean Manaea, I don't know what his number of games started is, but it's probably only one or two. But Lamet's outings I think this is only his second start of the year. He's got an ERA over 13. Let me see what his Giants are going to go with an opener too in John Brebbia. He's got 13 games pitched, only 13 and 2/3 innings, so he may just be an opener for them too.
Yeah, he went 3 last. I don't know if they're trying to stretch him out at some point. He went 3 last start at Arizona and gave up 7 hits, 5 earned in those 3 runs. I mean, he's had outings where he's pitched. Maybe it's against Arizona. Maybe he shouldn't pitch against Arizona. He pitched a third of an inning against Arizona, gave up 5. Pitched an inning against Philly, gave up 3. So, yeah, over the last...
That's his only outing this year that was over an inning, Tom. He's gone 1, 1, 1, 1, 1,
yeah,
1 and a third.
Yeah. That was the first one, so I don't know if they're trying to stretch him out or I'd have to go check the box real quick to see if he gave up the 5 in the third or they're going to let him go a few more pitches in that one. But, yeah, over his last 3, 4 and 2/3, he's given up 14 runs. So, yeah, it hasn't, and what, 12 hits in those 4 and 2/3, so 5 walks. His whip this year is 2.4.
Oh, that's good. That's good for Colorado. Yeah, you love that.
Yeah, that'll work beautifully in
putting
Colorado.
guys on and then giving up tanks. That's what everybody's looking for.
Well, it doesn't help when you have 13 and 2/3 innings pitched and you've walked 12 guys.
No, it doesn't.
That is not good when that's about like 8 per 9. So yeah, I mean, look. This is one they should score some runs, and the Giants are a team that doesn't mind taking walks and doesn't mind taking some pitches. So that'll be key tonight. Make Lamet get it in the strike zone. Colorado's always better at home, and that's not generally a place where they fare all that well. Colorado usually has their number in Colorado, so. These will be tough games, but these are the ones you got to win. You got to win a majority of the games against the Rockies because the rest of the division is tough. And maybe this is a year where only 12 per team is a good thing if you're in the division because you could beat yourself up having to go against the Padres 12 times, even though they're down
not
right
great.
now.
But don't forget the D-backs a few years ago. I mean, you're never going to go 17-2 or whatever they did against Arizona in 2021. But when you beat up on teams to the point of like you win 2/3 of the games, that creates a lot of separation within your division, and that's big because you know the Dodgers are going to beat up on the Rockies. You know the Padres are likely to have a fair better against them. The Diamondbacks are a good team. You've got to take advantage of the worst team in the division when you've got 4 other competitive teams there, 3 others around you. So
no doubt. Yeah, that was the year when they won the 107 games.
Yeah.
They were incredible in the division.
Against the Rockies
and the Rockies
D-backs.
and Diamondbacks. They had a winning record against the Padres and Dodgers combined.
Right.
And I thought going into that year, 38 games, heck, if they could just go like 16 and 22, they would be fine. But they ended up having a winning record against both those teams. I mean, they own that division that year. Doubtful that'll be the case going forward. But, yeah, you're right. These are the games, and even though they're going to be tougher in Colorado, You got to find a way just to win a series. You don't get a sweep. Just get 2 out of 3, move on, and come home, and then you head back out on the road again.
Should let you know, Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. We got pregame coming up in 7 minutes. We'll get you to that on the other side, and we'll get you the final thoughts on Bill Walton as we get ready for his 30 for 30 luckiest guy in the world tonight. Tolbert & Copes, Giants pregame next on the Sports Leader.
I just want to tell Tom and Coach, this is the best interview I've ever heard, almost. What happened to Bill Walton? This is amazing. Thank you.
Tom Tolbert, KNBR 680 is all right here. Let's go.
Look, we're all trying to get our bearings, all right? it takes you a little bit. Like it's an adjustment. It's like coming down from base camp after being up at Everest. Like you come back down to sea level, and you're just trying to get your bearings a little bit. Like, okay, little head's a little foggy, and all right, we're back down to sea level. We're good to go. It's going to take you a little bit. It's the Bill Walton experience. It's all part of it. It's a beautiful ride, but when you get off, you can be a little discombobulated.
You're a little, it's like getting vertigo almost. Yeah, you kind of
completely understandable.
Yeah, my equilibrium's thrown off. You're a little foggy. I'm like, what? Giants baseball's coming up in college.
Yeah, you're not even sure what's coming up.
Yeah.
Could be anything at this point. I mean, I'm not even sure is it still Tuesday? I think it's still Tuesday.
It's Bill's
Pretty
Day.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Walton, it's a Walton Wednesday, I think.
We should be good.
I really hope like Dave Fleming or like FP, whoever's out in Colorado, wasn't listening to Bill, because if you're dealing with that altitude and the equilibrium being thrown off after listening to Bill, I don't know what kind of night you're in for.
Let's go.
That mile-high stadium in Colorado.
Probably need some oxygen at this point.
Yeah. Get that man
some oxygen in your system, and you should be good to go. Hopefully.
I was standing on the moon last night thinking of the whites and the indigos, and I thought, Nikola Jokic, he's got the fate of the NBA Finals and the known world in his hands. The known world lines are incredible.
Vishnu Shist. which I had to look up. I was like, what the hell is he talking about?
How many guys do you know named Bam?
And
it's like, not many, dude. Yeah, Bam Pebbles. That's it. That's all I got.
He just throws that in there, too, like in his aside. Yeah. And then Bam out of bio. How many guys you know named Bam? Kevin Love.
Help me, Rhonda. Oh, Barbarena. Yes. Tom Tolbert, yes.
Oh,
he's incredible.
The one thing that you can kind of get him off his game just for a second is ask him anything talking about himself.
You ask him to comp himself to Jokic. He's like, that's for other people, not
That's for other people. I don't want it. He does not want to talk about himself.
He's like Steve Nash in a 7-foot body. That was an incredible line, too.
Yes. So don't think of center as a position. Think of it as a concept.
It's a concept. I was like, what? He's right, though. That's how the center is used in basketball today. Draymond Green at center. It's a concept, dude.
It's so beautiful. Think of it as a concept.
That's fantastic.
God, I love Bill.
He's the best.
Bill's amazing.
You missed any of it, all 45 minutes, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And then, by the way, if you missed any of Matt Mayoko, check out his first 5 minutes. He came on doing Bill Walton for 5 straight minutes. He just and then said, I'm ready to go.
We had to have every guest try to do Bill Walton for 5 minutes. Just see who could pull it off. I
probably have Mayoko as my favorite to do it. With respect to Marcus Thompson and Mark Spears, I don't have them as Walton.
Yeah, that was very
Jeff
very
Van Gundy
good.
might do it. Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy maybe.
All right, speaking of guests, let's thank him. The incomparable Bill Walton for a double segment spot. Matt Mayoko, Dan Wetzel, who just eviscerated Jim Monahan, the commissioner of the PGA. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Derek. Great job today. Thank you, Tim. Awesome job. Time to get you ready for the Rockies and the Giants here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.